This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush. Marquette, Michigan, November 2006. 15,000 Useful Phrases, a practical handbook of pertinent expressions, striking similes, literary, commercial, conversational, and oratorical terms, for the embellishment of speech and literature, and the improvement of the vocabulary of those persons who read, write, and speak English. By Grenville Kleiser. Introduction. The most powerful and the most perfect expression of thought and feeling through the medium of oral language must be traced to the mastery of words. Nothing is better suited to lead speakers and readers of English into an easy control of this language than the command of the phrase that perfectly expresses the thought. Every speaker's aim is to be heard and understood. A clear, crisp articulation holds an audience as by the spell of some irresistible power. The choice word, the correct phrase, are instruments that may reach the heart, and awake the soul if they fall upon the ear in melodious cadence. But if the utterance be harsh and discordant, they fail to interest, fall upon deaf ears, and are as barren as seed sown on fallow ground. In language, nothing conduces so emphatically to the harmony of sounds as perfect phrasing, that is, the emphasizing of the relation of clause to clause, and of sentence to sentence, by the systematic grouping of words. The phrase consists usually of a few words which denote a single idea that forms a separate part of a sentence. In this respect it differs from the clause, which is a short sentence that forms a distinct part of a composition, paragraph, or discourse. Correct phrasing is regulated by rests. Such rests do not break the continuity of a thought or the progress of the sense. Grenville Kleiser, who has devoted years of his diligent life to imparting the art of correct expression in speech and writing, has provided many aids for those who would know not merely what to say, but how to say it. He has taught also what the great Holmes taught, that language is a temple in which the human soul is enshrined, and that it grows out of life, out of its joys and its sorrows, its burdens and its necessities. To him, as well as to the writer, the deep strong voice of man and the low sweet voice of woman are never heard at finer advantage than in the earnest but mellow tones of familiar speech. In the present volume Mr. Kleiser furnishes an additional and an exceptional aid for those who would have a mint of phrases at their command from which to draw when in need of the golden mean for expressing thought. Few indeed are the books fitted today for the purpose of imparting this knowledge, yet 2 centuries ago phrase books were esteemed as supplements to the dictionaries, and have not by any manner of means lost their value. The guide to familiar quotations, the index to similes, the grammars, the readers, the machine-made letter-writer of mechanically perfect letters of congratulation or condolence, none are sententious enough to supply the need. By the compilation of this praxis, Mr. Kleiser has not only supplied it, but has furnished a means for the increase of one's vocabulary by practical methods. There are thousands of persons who may profit by the systematic study of such a book as this, if they will familiarize themselves with the author's purpose by a careful reading of the preliminary pages of his book. To speak in public pleasingly and readily, and to read well, are accomplishments acquired only after many days, weeks even, of practice. Foreigners sometimes reproach us for the asperity and discordance of our speech, and in general this reproach is just, for there are many persons who do scanty justice to the vowel elements of our language. Although these elements constitute its music, they are continually mistreated. We flirt with and pirouette around them constantly. If it were not so, English would be found full of beauty and harmony of sound. Familiar with the maxim, "Take care of the vowels, and the consonants will take care of themselves," a maxim that, when put into practice, has frequently led to the breaking down of vowel values. The writer feels that the common custom of allowing the consonants to take care of themselves is pernicious. It leads to suppression or to imperfect utterance, and thus produces indistinct articulation. The English language is so complex in character that it can scarcely be learned by rule, and can best be mastered by the study of such idioms and phrases as are provided in this book. But just as care must be taken to place every accent or stress on the proper syllable in the pronouncing of every word it contains, so must the stress or emphasis be placed on the proper word in every sentence spoken. To read or speak pleasingly, one should resort to constant practice by doing so aloud in private, or preferably in the presence of such persons as know good reading when they hear it, and are masters of the melody of sounds. It was Dean Swift's belief that the common fluency of speech in many men and most women was due to scarcity of matter and scarcity of words. He claimed that a master of language possessed a mind full of ideas, and that before speaking, such a mind paused to select the choice word, the phrase best suited to the occasion. Common speakers, he said, have only one set of ideas and one set of words to clothe them in, and these are always ready on the lips. Because he holds the Dean's view sound today, the writer will venture to warn the readers of this book against a habit that, growing far too common among us, should be checked. And this is the iteration and reiteration in conversation of the battered, stale, and trite phrases, the like of which were credited by the worthy Dean to the women of his time. Human thought elaborates itself with the progress of intelligence. Speech is the harvest of thought, and the relation which exists between words and the mouths that speak them must be carefully observed. Just as nothing is more beautiful than a word fitly spoken, so nothing is rarer than the use of a word in its exact meaning. There is a tendency to overwork both words and phrases that is not restricted to any particular class. The learned sin in this respect even as do the ignorant, and the practice spreads until it becomes an epidemic. The epidemic word with us yesterday was unquestionably conscription. Several months ago it was preparedness. Before then efficiency was heard on every side and succeeded in superseding vocational teaching, only to be displaced in turn by life extension activities. Safety first had a long run which was brought almost to abrupt end by strict accountability. But these are mere reflections of our cosmopolitan life and activities. There are others that stand out as indicators of brain weariness. These are most frequently met in the work of our novelists. English authors and journalists are abusing and overworking the word intrigue today. Sir Arthur Quiller-Couch, on page 81 of his book On the Art of Writing, uses it. We are intrigued by the process of manufacture instead of being wearied by a description of the ready-made article. Mrs. Sidgwick, in Salt and Savour, page 232, wrote, "But what intrigued her was little mamma's remark at breakfast." From the Parliamentary News one learns that Mr. Harcourt intrigued the House of Commons by his sustained silence for 2 years, and that London is interested in and not a little intrigued by the statement. This use of intrigue in the sense of perplex, puzzle, trick, or deceive dates from 1600. Then it fell into a state of somnolence, and after an existence of innocuous desuetude, lasting till 1794, it was revived, only to hibernate again until 1894. It owes its new release of life to a writer on the Westminster Gazette, a London journal famous for its competitions in aid of the restoring of the dead meanings of words. One is almost exasperated by the repeated use and abuse of the word intimate. In a recently published work of fiction by an author who aspires to the first rank in his profession, he writes of the intimate dimness of the room, a fierce intimate whispering, a look that was intimate, the noise of the city was intimate, etc. Who has not heard the idea? What's the idea? Is that the idea? Yes, that's the idea. with increased inflection at each repetition, and who is without a friend who at some time or another has not sprung meticulous upon him? Another example is afforded by the endemic use of sorts, which struck London while the writer was in that city a few years ago. Whence it came no one knew, but it was heard on every side. She was a woman of sorts. He is a Tory of sorts. He had a religion of sorts. He was a critic of sorts. While it originally meant of different or various kinds, as hats of sorts, offices of sorts, cheese of sorts, etc., it is now used disparagingly, and implies something of a kind that is not satisfactory, or of a character that is rather poor. This, as Shakespeare might have said, is "sodden business. There's a stewed phrase indeed." Footnote: Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 1. End footnote. The abuse of phrases and the misuse of words rife among us can be checked by diligent exercises in good English, such as this book provides. These exercises, in conjunction with others to be found in different volumes by the same author, will serve to correct careless diction and slovenly speech, and lead to the art of speaking and writing correctly. For after all, accuracy in the use of words is more a matter of habit than of theory, and once it is acquired, it becomes just as easy to speak or to write good English as bad English. It was Chesterfield's resolution not to speak a word in conversation which was not the fittest he could recall. All persons should avoid using words whose meanings they do not know, and with the correct application of which they are unfamiliar. The best spoken and the best written English is that which conforms to the language as used by men and women of culture, a high standard, it is true, but one not so high that it is unattainable by any earnest student of the English tongue. Frank H. Visitelli. End of introduction.
Section 1 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Maria Moravi. How to use this book. The study of words, phrases, and literary expressions is a highly interesting pursuit. There is a reciprocal influence between thought and language. What we think molds the words we use, and the words we use react upon our thoughts. Hence, a study of words is a study of ideas, and a stimulant to deep and original thinking. We should not, however, study sparkling words and sonorous phrases with the object of introducing them consciously into our speech. To do so would inevitably lead to stiltedness and superficiality. Words and phrases should be studied as symbols of ideas, and as we become thoroughly familiar with them, they will play an unconscious but effective part in our daily expression. We acquire our vocabulary largely from our reading and our personal associates. The words we use are an unmistakable indication of our thought habits, tastes, ideals, and interests in life. In like manner, the habitual language of a people is the barometer of their intellectual, civil, moral, and spiritual ideals. A great and noble people express themselves in great and noble words. Ruskin earnestly counsels us to form the habit of looking intensely at words. We should scrutinize them closely and endeavor to grasp their innermost meaning. There is an indefinable satisfaction in knowing how to choose and use words with accuracy and precision. As Fox once said, "I am never at a loss for a word, but Pitt always has the word." All the great writers and orators have been diligent students of words. Demosthenes and Cicero were indefatigable in their study of language. Shakespeare, infinite in faculty, took infinite pains to embody his thought in words of crystal clearness. Coleridge once said of him that one might as well try to dislodge a brick from a building with one's forefinger as to omit a single word from one of his finest passages. Milton, master of majestic prose, under whose touch words became as living things. Flaubert, who believed there was one and only one best word with which to express a given thought. De Quincey, who exercised a weird-like power over words. Ruskin, whose rhythmic prose enchanted the ear. Keats, who brooded over phrases like a lover. Newman, of pure and melodious style. Stevenson, forever in quest of the scrupulously precise word. Tennyson, graceful and exquisite as a limpid stream. Emerson, of trenchant and epigrammatic style. Webster, whose virile words sometimes weighed a pound. And Lincoln, of simple Saxon speech. All these illustrious men were assiduous in their study of words. Many persons of good education unconsciously circumscribe themselves within a small vocabulary. They have a knowledge of hundreds of desirable words which they do not put into practical use in their speech or writing. Many, too, are conscious of a poverty of language, which engenders in them a sense of timidity and self-depreciation. The method used for building a large vocabulary has usually been confined to the study of single words. This has produced good results, but it is believed that eminently better results can be obtained from a careful study of words and expressions, as furnished in this book, where words can be examined in their context. It is intended and suggested that this study should be pursued in connection with, and as a supplement to, a good standard dictionary. 15 minutes a day devoted to this subject, in the manner outlined, will do more to improve and enlarge the vocabulary than an hour spent in desultory reading. There is no better way in which to develop the mental qualities of clearness, accuracy, and precision, and to improve and enlarge the intellectual powers generally, than by regular and painstaking study of judiciously selected phrases and literary expressions. End of Section 1. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Granville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Maria Morabe. Plan of study. First, examine the book in a general way to grasp its character, scope, and purpose. Carefully note the following plan of classification of the various kinds of phrases, and choose for initial study a section which you think will be of the most immediate value to you. 1. Useful phrases. 2. Significant phrases. 3. Felicitous phrases. 4. Impressive phrases. 5. Prepositional phrases. 6. Business phrases. 7. Literary expressions. 8. Striking similes. 9. Conversational phrases. 10. Public speaking phrases. 11. Miscellaneous phrases. There are many advantages in keeping before you a definite purpose in your study of this book. A well-defined plan will act as an incentive to regular and systematic effort, and incidentally develop your power of concentration. It is desirable that you set apart a certain convenient time each day for this study. Regularity tends to produce maximum results. As you progress with this work, your interest will be quickened, and you will realize the desirability of giving more and more time to this important subject. When you have chosen a section of the book which particularly appeals to you, begin your actual study by reading the phrases aloud. Read them slowly and understandingly. This tends to impress them more deeply upon your mind, and is in itself one of the best and most practical ways of acquiring a large and varied vocabulary. Moreover, the practice of fitting words to the mouth rapidly develops fluency and facility of speech. Few persons realize the great value of reading aloud. Many of the foremost English stylists devoted a certain period regularly to this practice. Cardinal Newman read aloud each day a chapter from Cicero as a means of developing his ear for sentence rhythm. Rufus Choate, in order to increase his command of language, and to avoid sinking into mere empty fluency, read aloud daily, during a large part of his life, a page or more from some great English author. As a writer has said, the practice of storing the mind with choice passages from the best prose writers and poets, and thus flavoring it with the essence of good literatures, is one which is commended both by the best teachers and by the example of some of the most celebrated orators, who have adopted it with signal success. This study should be pursued with a pencil in hand, so that you may readily underscore phrases which make a special appeal to you. The free use of a pencil in marking significant parts of a book is good evidence of thoroughness. This, too, will facilitate your work of subsequent review. The habit of regularly copying, in your own handwriting, one or more pages of phrases will be of immense practical value. This exercise is a great aid in developing a facile English style. The daily use of the pen has been recommended in all times as a valuable means of developing oral and literary expression. A helpful exercise is to pronounce a phrase aloud and then fit it into a complete sentence of your own making. This practice gives added facility and resourcefulness in the use of words. As an enthusiastic student of good English, you should carefully note striking and significant phrases or literary expressions which you find in your general reading. These should be set down in a notebook reserved for this exclusive purpose. In this way, you can prepare many lists of your own, and thus greatly augment the value of this study. The taste for beauty, truth, and harmony in language can be developed by a careful study of well-selected phrases and literary expressions as furnished in this book. A good literary style is formed principally by daily study of great English writers, by careful examination of words in their context, and by a discriminating use of language at all times. Granville Kleiser, New York City, July, 1917. End of Section 2. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 3 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Granville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Betsy Bush. Marquette, Michigan, August 2006. Useful Phrases. Abandoned hope. Abated pride. Abbreviated visit. Abhorred thraldom. Abiding romance. Abject submission. Abjured ambition. Able strategist. Abnormal talents. Abominably perverse. Abounding happiness. Abridged statement. Abrogated law. Abrupt transition. Absolutely irrevocable. Absorbed reverie. Abstemious diet. Abstract character. Abstruse reasoning. Absurdly dangerous. Abundant opportunity. Abusive epithet. Abysmally apologetic. Academic rigor. Accelerated progress. Accentuated playfulness. Accepted littleness. Accessible pleasures. Accessory circumstances. Accidental lapse. Accommodating temper. Accomplished ease. Accredited agent. Accumulated burden. Accurate appraisement. Accursed enemy. Accusing glance. Accustomed lucidity. Aching desire. Acknowledged authority. Acoustical effects. Acquired timidity. Acrid controversy. Acrimonious warfare. Actively zealous. Actualized ideals. Acutely conscious. Adamantine rigidity. Adaptive wit. Adduced facts. Adequate execution. Adhesive quality. Administered rebuke. Admirable reserve. Admissible evidence. Admittedly inferior. admonitory gesture, adolescent youth, adorable vanity, adroit flatterer, adulated stranger, adventitious way, adventurous mind, adverse experience, affably accommodating, affected indifference, affectionate approval, affianced lady, affirmative attitude, affluent language, affrighted slave, aggravated faults, aggregate body, aggressive selfishness, agile mind, agitated imagination, agonizing appeal, agreeable frankness, aimless confusion, airy splendor, alarming rapidity, alert acceptance, algebraic brevity, alien splendor, alleged reluctance, allegorical vein, allied subjects, alliterative suggestion, all-pervading influence, alluring idleness, alternating opinion, altogether dissimilar, altruistic ideal, amatory effusions, amazing artifice, ambidextrous assistant, ambiguous grimace, ambitious project, ambling pedestrian, ambrosial essence, amiable solicitude, amicable arrangement, amorous youth, ample culture. End of section 3. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 4 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org. Amusing artlessness, analogous example, analytical survey, ancestral creed, ancient garb, angelic softness, angry protestations, anguished entreaty, angular features, animated eloquence, annoying complications, anomalous appearance, anonymous benefactor, answering response, antagonistic views, antecedent facts, anticipated attention, antiquated prudery, anxious misgiving, apathetic greeting, aphoristic wit, apish agility, apocalyptic vision, apocryphal lodger, apologetic explanation, apostrophic dignity, appalling difficulties, apparent significance, appealing picture, appointed function, apposite illustration, appreciable relief, appreciative fervor, apprehensive dread, apprentice touch, appropriate designation, approving smile, approximately correct, aptly suggested, arbitrarily imposed, arch conspirator, arched embrasure, archaeological pursuits, architectural grandeur, ardent protest, arduous quest, arid formula, aristocratic lineage, aromatic fragrance, errant trifling, arrested development, arrogant imposition, artful adaptation, artificial suavity, artistic elegance, artless candor, ascending supremacy, ascetic devotion, ascribed productiveness, aspiring genius, assembled arguments, asserted activity, assiduously cultivated, assimilative power, assumed humiliation, assuredly enshrined, astonishing facility, astounding mistakes, astute observer, athletic prowess, atmospheric vagueness, atoning sacrifice, atrocious expression, atrophied view, attending circumstances, attentive deference, attenuated sound, attested loyalty, attractive exordium, audacious mendicant, audible intimations, augmented force, august tribunal, auspicious moment, austere charm, authentic indications, authoritative critic, autobiographical pages, autocratic power, automatic termination, autumnal skies, auxiliary aids, available data, avaricious eyes, avenging fate, average excellence, averted calamity, avowed intention, awakened curiosity, odd devotion, awful dejection, awkward dilemma, axiomatic truth, azure sky. End of section 4. This recording is public domain. Section 5 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org. Babbling gossip, bacchanalian desires, bachelor freedom, bad omen, baffled sagacity, balanced capacity, baldly described, baleful glances, balmy fragrance, bandying talk, baneful impression, banished silence, barbarous statecraft, barefaced appeal, barest commonplaces, barren opportunities, base intrigues, baseless assumptions, bashful modesty, basic principles, battered witticism, beaming countenance, bearish rudeness, beatific vision, beautiful modesty, beckoning horizon, becoming diffidence, bedraggled wretch, befitting honor, beggarly flimsiness, beguiling voice, belated acknowledgment, belittling fears, bellicose humanity, beneficent career, benevolent regard, benighted sense, benignant pity, beseeching gesture, besetting heresy, besotted fanaticism, bestial ferocity, bewildering maze, bewitching airs, beyond peradventure, bibulous diversions, bigoted contempt, binding obligation, bitter recrimination, bizarre apparel, blackening west, blameless indolence, blanched desolation, bland confidence, blank misgivings, blasphemous hypocrisy, blatant discourse, blazing audacity, blazoned shield, bleak loneliness, blended impression, blessed condolence, blighted happiness, blind partisan, blissful consciousness, blistering satire, blithe disregard, bloated equivalent, bloodless creature, bloodthirsty malice, blundering discourtesy, blunt rusticity, blurred vision, blustering assertion, boastful positiveness, bodily activity, boisterous edification, bold generalization, bombastic prating, bookish precision, boon companion, boorish abuse, bored demeanor, borrowed grace, bottomless abyss, boundless admiration, bountiful supply, boyish appreciation, braggart pretense, bravely vanquished, braying trumpet, brazen importunity, breathless eagerness, brief tenure, briefless barrister, bright interlude, brilliant embodiment, brisk energy, bristling temper, brittle sarcasm, broadening fame, broken murmurs, brooding peace, brutal composure, bubbling frivolities, bucolic cudgeling, budding joy, bulky figure, buoyant pluck, burdensome business, burly strength, burning zeal, bursting laugh, busily engrossed, business acumen, bygone period. End of section 5. This recording is public domain. Section 6 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org. Cabalistic phrase, cadaverous appearance, calamitous course, calculating admiration, callous indifference, calm resignation, calumnious suspicions, cantankerous enemy, canting hypocrite, capacious mind, capricious allurements, captivating speech, cardinal merit, careless parrying, caressing grasp, carping critic, castellated towers, casual violation, cataclysmic elements, causelessly frightened, caustic remark, cautious skepticism, cavernous gloom, ceaseless vigilance, celebrated instance, celestial joy, censorious critic, centralized wealth, ceremonious courtesy, cerulean blue, challenge admiration, chance reflections, changing exigencies, chaotic plans, characteristic audacity, charitable allowance, charming radiance, chary instincts, chastened hope, chatty familiarity, cheap resentment, cheery response, checkered career, cherished objects, childlike ingenuousness, chilled cynicism, chirpy familiarities, chivalrous spirit, choicest refinements, choleric temperament, choral chant, chronic frailties, churlish temper, circling eddyings, circuitous information, circumscribed purpose, civic consciousness, civilizing influence, clammy death, clamorous vibration, clangorous industry, clarion tone, class demarcations, classical objurgation, clattering accents, clear insight, climactic revelation, clinching proof, cloaked nature, cloistered virtue, close condensation, cloudy magnificence, clownishly insensible, cloying sweetness, clumsy talk, clustering trees, coarse necessity, coaxing eloquence, coercive enactment, cogent statement, coherent thinking, coined metaphor, cold formalities, collateral duties. End of section 6. This recording is public domain. Section 7 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org. Collective wisdom, colloquial display, colonial character, colossal failure, comatose state, combative tone, comforting reassurance, comic infelicity, commanding attitude, commendable purpose, commercial opulence, commingled emotion, commodiously arranged, common substratum, commonplace illusions, compact fitness, comparative scantiness, compassionate love, compelling force, compendious abstract, compensatory character, competent authority, competitive enterprise, complacent platitudes, complaining sea, complacent observation, complete aloofness, complex notions, complicated maze, complementary glance, component aspects, composed zeal, composite growth, compound idea, comprehensive design, compressed view, compromising rashness, compulsory repetition, compunctious visitings, concatenated pedantries, concealed advantage, conceivable comparison, concentrated vigor, concerted action, conciliating air, concomitant events, concrete realities, concurrent testimony, condemnable rashness, condescending badinage, conditional approval, confessed ardor, confidently anticipated, confirmed misanthrope, conflicting influences, confused mingling, conjectural estimate, conjugal felicity, connected series, connotative damage, connubial love, conquering intelligence, conscientious objection, conscious repugnance, consecrated endeavor, consequent retribution, conservative distrust, considerate hint, consistent friendliness, consoling consciousness, conspicuous ascendancy, constant reiteration, constitutional reserve, constrained politeness, constructive idealists, consuming zeal, consummate mastery, contagious wit, contaminating influence, contemplative nature, contemporary fame, contemptuous disrespect, contented indolence, contingent reasons. End of section 7. This recording is public domain.
Section 8 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Pallavi, Hyderabad, India, August 2006. Continuous endeavor, contracted expression, contracted view, contradictory theories, contrary tendencies, contrasted types, controversial disputant, contumelious epithet, convenient footing, conventional verbiage, conversational decorum, convincing forcefulness, convivial habits, convulsive agony, cool confidence, copious materials, coquettish advances, cordial approval, corporate selfishness, corporeal constituent, correct forecast, corresponding variation, corroborated truth, corrosive effect, corrupting tendency, cosmical changes, cosmopolitan position, costly advantages, counterbalancing power, countless barriers, courageous eagerness, courteous solicitude, courtly bearing, covert curiosity, coveted honors, cowardly concession, covering agitation, coy reluctance, crackling laughter, crafty deception, craggy eminence, cramped energies, crass stolidity, craven determination, creative faculty, credibly informed, creditative performance, credulous superstition, creeping progress, criminal negligence, crinkling smile, crisp dialogue, critical judgment, crouching culprit, crowning indiscretion, crucial instance, crucifying irony, crude affection, cruel handicap, crumbling precipice, crunching jangle, crushing sorrow, cryptic saying, crystalline sky, crystallized conclusions, culinary myrmidons, culminating fascination, culpable behavior, cultivated ferocity, cultured idleness, cumbrous fragments, cumulative tendency, cunningly contrived, curbed profligacy, curious coincidence, current gossip, curry favor, cursed inactivity, cursory acquaintance, curt formality, curtained embrasure, cutting directness, cycloramic sweep, cynical disregard. End of section 8. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 9 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Diana Trolldahl, otherwise.blogspot.com. D. Damaging admission. Damask cheek. Damask is a rich patterned fabric, wavy pattern on Damascus steel. Dampened ardor. Dancing sunshine. Dangerous temerity. Dappled shadows. Daring candor. Dark superstition. Dashing gallantry. Dastardly injustice. Dauntless courage. Dawning instinct. Dazed brain. Dazzling triumph. Deadly virulence. Deaf tribunal. Deathless structure. Debasing tendency. Debatable point. Debilitating features. Decadent poets. Deceiving mists. Decided superiority. Decisive manner. Declamatory treatment. Declamatory, pretentiously rhetorical, bombastic. Declared brotherhood. Decorously adorned. Deepening dusk. Deep-seated curiosity. Deep-toned lamentations. Defective construction. Defenseless innocence. Defensive alliance. Deferential regard. Defiant coldness. Deficient vitality. Definite conception. Deformed visage. Deft evasion. Degrading tendencies. Delectable speculations. Delegated power. Deliberate abnegation. Abnegation, self-denial. Delicate discrimination. Delicious vagueness. Delightful variation. Delirious ecstasies. Delusive charm. Demagogic style. Democratic institutions. Demoniacal force. Demonstrable conclusion. Demoralizing luxury. Demure composure. Denunciatory terms. Departed glories. Deplorable decay. Deprecatory shrug. Depressing concomitants. Depthless forest. Derisive voice. Derogatory denial. Descriptive power. Desecrated ideals. Deserted desert. Deserved approbation. Approbation, warm approval, praise. Desirable distinction. Desolating dread. Despairing austerity. Desperate defiance. Despicable vices. Despondent exaggeration. Despotic rulers. Destructive radicalism. Desultory vacillation. Desultory, disconnected, haphazard, random. Detailed portraiture. detected hypocrisies, determinate swing, detestable purpose, dethroned princes, detrimental result, devastating effect, devilish sophistries, deviously subtle, devitalized personality, devoted attachment, devouring ambition, devout thanksgiving, dewy coolness, dexterous impudence, diabolical passion, dialectic power, diametrically opposite, dictatorial manner, dictionary significance, didactic exposition, didactic, intended to be morally instructive, different distortion, difficult portraiture, diffident civility, diffident, lacking self-confidence, shy, timid, diffuse verbosity, dignified austerity, digressional adventure, dilettante mind, dilettante, dabbler in a field of knowledge, diligently propagated. End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain. Section 10 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Diana Trolldahl. Otherwise.blogspot.com. Dim comprehension, diminished efficacy, diminutive stature, diplomatic skill, dire consummation, direct obligation, disappointing attitude, disarmed criticism, disastrous termination, discarded reminiscences, discerning critic, disciplined mind, disclosed insincerity, discomfited opponent, disconcerted conjecture, disconcerted conjecture, disconnected fancies, disconsolate opinions, discordant sounds, discredited statement, discretional opinion, discriminating homage, discursive staggerings, disdainful comment, diseased hallucinations, disembodied personality, disengaged air, disfiguring disguise, disgraceful plight, disgruntled pessimist, disguised contempt, disgusted protest, disheartening facts, dishonorable submission, disillusioned youth, disintegrating tendency, disinterested motive, disjoined reminiscences, dismal seclusion, dismantled appearance, disordered imagination, disparaging criticism, dispassionate judgment, dispelling fear, displeasing softness, disproportionate ideas, disputative philosopher, disquieting thrill, disreputable aspect, dissenting opinion, dissimilar laws, dissipated illusion, dissolute audacity, dissolving years, dissonant jargon, distant adherent, distasteful notion, distempered feeling, distinct desideratum, distorted vanity, distracting babble, distraught air, distressing laxity, disturbed equanimity, diurnal rotation, divergent calculations, diversified attributes, diverting interests, divine potentialities, dizzy precipice, documentary evidence, dogged determination, doggerel expressions, doggerel, crude, humorous verse, dogmatic assurance, doleful forebodings, domestic endearment, dominating influence, domineering insolence, dormant capacities, doubly odious, doubtful authenticity, downright nonsense, downtrodden drudge, drab apology, dramatic liveliness, drastic action, dread presence, dreaming adventurer, dreamless rest, dreary disrelish, droll incongruity, droning world, drowsy tranquillity, dubious success, ductile language, dulcet tone, dull aversion, dumb surprise, dumbfounded amazement, durable impression, dusky obscurity, dutiful compliance, dynamic energy, dynastic insolence. End of section 10. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 11 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by David Barnes. London, August 2006. Eager animosity, early servitude, earnestly espoused, earthly splendor, easy garrulity, eccentric casuists, ecclesiastical rule, echoless silence, economic absurdity, ecstatically happy, edifying exhortation, educational enterprise, effective embellishment, effectual stimulus, effeminate grace, effervescent multitude, effete aristocracy, efficacious power, efficient education, efflorescent style, effulgent daybeams, egoistic sentiment, egregious mistake, ejaculatory prayer, elaborate composition, elastic ductility, electric effluvium, elegant mediocrity, elemental emotions, elephantine footsteps, elevated enjoyment, elfish grace, eloquent refutation, elusive charm, emancipating labours, embarrassing variety, embellished truths, embittered gaze, emblazoned pinnacles, embryo enterprise, emerald scintillations, eminent nonentity, emotional warmth, emotive power, emphatic earnestness, empirical corroboration, empty phraseology, emulative zeal, enamoured troubadour, enchanted garden, encircling embrace, endearing appellation, endless dissertation, enduring charm, energetic enthusiasm, enervating humility, enfeebled activity, enforced silence, engaging affability, engendered feelings, engrossing purpose, engulfing waters, enhanced reputation, enigmatical silence, enlightened solicitude, enlivened monotony, ennobling personality, enormously outbalanced, enraptured attention, enriched experience, entangled subject, enthralling charm, enthusiastic adherence, enticing odours, entire domain, entrancing sadness. End of section 11. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 012 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Sherry Kern, Gerardsfort, PA, on June 4th, 2007. Enveloping presence, envenomed attacks, inviolable superiority, environing conditions, ephemeral duration, Epicurean taste, epigrammatic sallies, equable composure, equally efficacious, equitably governed, equivocal compliment, erotic poem, errant thoughts, erratic flight, erroneous assumption, erudite labors, eruptive violence, esoteric doctrine, especial pleasure, essential prerequisite, estimable qualities, eternal hostility, ethereal azure, ethical wisdom, euphuistic affectations, evanescent glances, evangelic doctrine, evasive answer, effectual circumstance, eventual failure, everlasting mysteries, everyday reality, evident authority, evil necromancy, eviscerating shrieks, exact antithesis, exacting taskmaster, exaggerated estimate, exalted imagination, exasperating coolness, exceedingly acceptable, excellent discernment, exceptional magnitude, excessive zeal, excitable temperament, exclusive pursuant, excruciatory secretion, excruciating accents, excursive fancy, execrable villainy, executive efficiency, exemplary conduct, exhaustless energy, exhilarating charm, exoteric scorn, exotic appearance, expansive benevolence, expectant throng, expeditionary force, expeditiously secreted, experimental suggestion, expiatory sacrifices, explicit injunction, explosive violence, expressionless visage, expressive lineaments, exquisite tact, extemporaneous effusion, extended magnitude, extenuating circumstance, external cheerfulness, extraneous ideas, extraordinary vivacity, extravagant caprice, extremely picturesque, exuberant mirth, exultant condition. End of section 012. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 13 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by E. Pline. Facetious mood, facile criticism, factitious propensity, faded magnificence, faintly sinister, faithfully perpetuated, fallacious hopes, false illusions, faltering tongue, familiar sacredness, famished veracity, fanatical admiration, fanciful alliance, fantastic display, farcical expedient, far-reaching influence, fascinating elusiveness, fashion symmetrically, fastidious taste, fatal disclosure, fatalistic belief, fathomless powers, fatiguing assertion, fattening servitude, fatuous pedantry, faultless taste, favorable augury, fawning flatteries, fearful imprecations, fearless integrity, feasible mode, feeble dribble, feigned reluctance, felicitous expression, feminine capriciousness, ferocious foe, fertile fancy, fervent invocation, fervid enthusiasm, festive illuminations, fetid dampness, fettered tyranny, feverish bewilderment, fickle fancy, fictitious pretext, fidgety impatience, fierce resentment, fiery indignation, figurative eloquence, filial tenderness, final enthronement, fine sensibilities, finished artistry, fireside delights, fitful desire, fitting opportunity, fizzing flame, flaccid faith, flagging popularity, flagitious attack, flagrant boasting, flamboyant brilliancy, flaming zeal, flashing wit, flat denial, flattering aspect, flaunting insolence, flawless constitution, fleecy clouds, fleeting intimation, flickering conscience. End of section 13. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 14 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Pallavi, Hyderabad, India, August 2006. Flighty obstinacy, flimsy organization, flippant ease, floating blackness, florid oratory, flowery circumlocution, flowing imagery, fluctuating light, fluent sophist, fluffy indignation, fluid ideas, flushed embarrassment, fluttering laugh, focused attention, foggy notion, fond enthusiast, foolish frenzy, forbearing silence, forbidding air, forceful audacity, foregone conclusion, foremost opponent, forensic orator, forest stillness, forgotten graveyard, forlorn desolation, formal acquiescence, formidable barrier, formless jottings, formulated conclusions, fortified selfishness, fortuitous circumstance, foul calumny, fragile form, fragmentary facts, fragrant reminiscence, frail craft, frank admiration, frantic ardor, fraternal pity, freakish humor, freeborn soul, freezing disdain, frenzied haste, frequent digression, fresh impetus, freshening breeze, fretful discontent, friendly familiarity, frightened sense, frightful apparition, frigid disdain, frisky lightness, frivolous expedient, frolicsome extravagance, frozen wonder, fructifying thought, fruitful indignation, fruitless ripening, fugitive thoughts, full plenitude, fulsome praise, fumbling endeavor, functional disparity, fundamental principles, funeral gloom, furious invective, furrowed cheeks, furtive glance, fuzzy enthusiasms, futile babble. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain. Section 15 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Pallavi, Hyderabad, India, August 2006. Grappling reminiscence, galing thought, galvanic jumping, gaping chasm, garbled information, garnish decorations, garnered experience, gathering gloom, gaudy embellishments, gaunt spectre, gay defiance, general acclamation, generative influence, generic characteristics, generous abundance, genial tolerance, genteel parlance, gentle blandishments, gentlemanly personage, genuine cynicism, geological enigma, geometrical progression, germinal idea, ghastly loneliness, ghostly apparitions, giant height, giddy pleasure, gifted intelligence, gigantic sagacity, girlish sprightliness, gladdening influence, gladiatorial exercise, gladsome glow, glaring impropriety, glassy smoothness, gleamy escutcheon, gleeful spirit, glibly condoned, gliding measures, glimmering idea, glistening dewdrop, glittering epigram, gloomy musing, glorious freedom, glossed false, glowering countenance, glowing anticipations, gnawing thoughts, godlike independence, golden opportunity, good-humored gibes, gorgeous splendor, gossiping opinion, governing impulse, graceful demeanor, gracious immunity, graduated sequence, grandiose nomenclature, graphic portrayal, grasping credulity, gratuitous rudeness, grave reticence, greedy grasp, gregarious humanity, grievously mistaken, grim swiftness, grinding despotism, grinning ghosts, griping fascination, grizzled warrior, gross exaggeration, grotesque perversion, groundless fear, groveling servility, growing tension, grudging thanks, grumbling monotone, guileless zeal, gullible humanity, gruggling brooks, gushing enthusiasm, gusty clamor, guttural incoherence, gymnastic agility. End of section 15. This recording is in the public domain. Section 16 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Granville Clayson. Read for Librivox.org by Pallavi, Hyderabad, India, August 2006. Habitual difference, hackneyed statement, hairbreadth difference, halcyon innocence, hallowed stillness, halting praise, hampered power, handsomely recompassed, haphazard ostentation, happy intuition, harassing anxiety, hardened indifference, harmless mirth, harmonious grace, harrowing details, harsh jaggering, hasty generalization, hateful malignity, haughty composure, haunting despair, hazardous enterprise, hazy recollection, headlong vehemence, healthful vitality, heartfelt amity, heartless perfidy, heart-rendering outcry, hearty contempt, heated discussion, heathen hordes, heavenly ecstasies, heavy handicap, hectic tittering, hectoring rant, headless love, heightened charm, heinous enormity, helpless innocence, Herculean monster, hereditary arrogance, heretical opinions, hermetically sealed, heroic fortitude, hesitating courage, heterogeneous mass, hidden pitfalls, hideous phantom, high-flying theories, highly meritorious, hilarious outburst, hillside mist, hissing murmur, historic edifice, hoarded vengeance, hoary antiquity, hollow joys, homebred virtues, homeless wind, homely pathos, homespun play, homicidal mania, homogeneous whole, honest admiration, honeyed eloquence, hooligan wind, hopelessly befogged, horrible swiftness, horrid significance, hortatory moonshine, hospitable courtesy, hostile partisan, hot frenzy, hovering presence, howling chaos, huddled faculties, huge aspiration, human derelict, humanitarian impulse, humbly propitiating, humdrum inconsistencies, humid lustre, humiliating discomfiture, humorless variety, humorous urbanity, hungry satisfaction, hurrying ears, hurtful indulgence, hushed laughter, husky shrillness, hybrid emotions, hypnotic fascination, hypochondriacal terrors, hypocritical pretense, hysterical agitation. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Chris Chapman. August 2006. Iconoclastic attitude. Icy smile. Idealistic type. Identical mode. Idiomatic propriety. Idiotic obstinacy. Idle jesting. Idolatrous fervour. Idyllic nonsense. Ignoble domination. Ignominious retreat. ill-concealed impatience, illiberal superstition, illimitable progression, illiterate denizens, illogical interruption, illuminating insight, elusive touch, illustrative anecdote, illustrious era, imaginative warmth, embittered controversy, immaterial connection, immature dissent, immeasurable scorn, immediate abjuration, immemorial bulwark, immense complacency, imminent perplexities, immitigable contempt, immoderate grief, immortal creation, immovably silent, immutable law, impaired prestige, impalpable nothingness, impartial justice, impassible serenity, impassioned impulse, impatient yearning, impeccable felicity, impecunious exile, impelling movement, impending fate, impenetrable calmness, imperative necessity, imperceptible deviation, imperfect equipment, imperial authority, imperious mind, imperishable renown, impersonal compliment, impertinent drollery, imperturbable gravity, impetuous zeal, impious defiance, impish humour, implacable resentment, implicit faith, implied concealment, implored pardon, imponderable air, important epoch, importunate questions, imposing mien, impossible contingency, impotent desperation, impoverished age, impracticable obstinacy, impregnable fortress, impressionistic stroke, imprisoning limitations, improbable conjecture, impromptu utterance, improvising powers, imprudent indebtedness, impudent knowingness, impulsive gratitude, inaccessible dignity, inadequate appreciation, inadmissible expression, inadvertent remark, inalienable right, inanimate existence, Inapposite blandness. Inaptly designated. Inarticulate lispings. Inaugural discourse. Inborn refinement. Inbred taste. Incalculable mischief. Incarnate hate. Incendiary opinions. Incessant volume. Incidental duty. Incipient fancy. End of section 17. This recording is in the public domain. Section 18 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Chris Chapman. August 2006. Incisive critic. Incoherent loquacity. Incommunicable gift. Incomparable excellence. Incompletely apprehended. Inconceivable absurdity. Incongruous contrast. Inconsiderable trifle. Inconsistent conduct. Inconsolable cares. Incontestable inference. Incontrovertible proof. Incorrigible merriment. Incorruptible constancy. Increasing clamour. Incredible swiftness. Indecent saturnalia. Indecorously amused. Indefatigable diligence. Indefeasible title. Indefinable reluctance. Indefinite yearning. Indelible obligation. Indelicate impetuosity. Indented outline. Independent research. Indescribably lugubrious. Indestructible atoms. Indeterminable value. Indifferent promise. Indigenous growth. Indignant denunciation. Indirect interrogation. Indiscriminate censure. Indispensable requisites. Indisputable chronicler. Indissoluble compact. Indistinct association. Individual valour. Indivisible aspects. Indolent neglect. Indomitable pride. Indubitable signs. Indulgent construction. Indwelling delight. Ineffable disdain. Ineffaceable incongruity. Ineffectual blandishment. Ineradicable coquetry. Inestimable honour. Inevitable corollary. Inexcusable laughter. Inexhaustible abundance. Inexorable authority. Inexplicable reluctance. Inexpressible benignity. Inextricable confusion. Infallible judgment. Infamous pretense. Infantile simplicity. Infectious hilarity. Infelicitous arrangement. Inferential method. Infernal machinations. Infinite deference. Infinitesimal gradations. Infirm purpose. inflamed curiosity, inflated optimism, inflexible integrity, influential voice, informing feature, infuriated demagogues, ingenious trick, inglorious victory, ingrained love, ingratiating exterior, inharmonious prelude, inherent dignity, inherited anxieties, inimitable felicity, iniquitous fortune, initiatory period, injudicious yielding, injured conceit, inky blackness, inmost recesses, innate forbearance, inner restlessness, innocent amenities, innocuous desuetude, innovating spirit, inoffensive copiousness, inopportune condition, inordinate ambition, inquisitional rack. End of section 18. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 19 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Kira Rutherford Bayes, August 2006. Inquisitive observer, insatiable vanity, inscrutable austerity, insecure truce, insensate barbarism, insensibly flattered, inseparably associated, insidious tendency, insignificant blot, insincere profession, insinuatingly pursued, insipid tameness, insistent babble, insolent placidity, insoluble riddles, inspiring achievement, inspiriting spectacle, instant readiness, instantaneous cessations, instinctive disapproval, insufferably dull, insufficient appeal, insular strength, insulting invectives, insuperable difficulty, insurmountable obstacles, intangible something, integral element, intellectual integrity, intelligent adaptation, intemperate scorn, intense perplexity, intensive cultivation, intentional garbling, interior spirit, interlocking directorate, intermediate link, interminable question, intermingled gloom, intermittent threats, internal dissension, interpolated speech, interpretative criticism, interwoven thread, intimately allied, intolerably tedious, intoxicating hum, intractable temper, entrenched privilege, intrepid dexterity, intricate interlacings, intriguing braggart, intrinsic fecundity, intrusive brightness, intuitive perception, invaluable composition, invariable kindness, inveighing incessantly, inventive jealousy, inveterate antipathy, invidious mention, invigorating discipline, invincible optimism, inviolable confidence, involuntary yearnings, involuted sentences, involved pomposity, invulnerable solemnity, inward disinclination, irascible doggedness, irate remonstrance, iridescent sheen, irksome task, iron resolution, ironic iciness, irradiating spirit, irrational awe, irreclaimable dead, irreconcilable parting, irrevocably lost, irrefragable laws, irrefutable argument, irregular constellations, irrelevant suggestion, irremediable sorrow, irreparable injury, irrepressible excitement, irreproachable exterior, irresistible will, irresponsible gossip, irretrievable blunder, irreverent audacity, irreversible facts, irrevocable verdict, irritable impatience, isolated splendor. End of section 19. This recording is in the public domain. Section 20 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Kira Rutherford Bayes, August 2006. Jaded sensibility, jagged outline, jarring discord, jaundiced opinion, jaunty confidence, jealous animosity, jesting allusion, jingling alliteration, jocular mirth, jocund host, jostling confusion, jovial fancy, joyful alacrity, joyous stagnation, jubilant antagonist, judicial impartiality, judicious candor, just rebuke, juvenile attempt. Kaleidoscopic pictures, keen insight, kindled enthusiasm, kindly innocence, kindred sympathies, kingly generosity, knavish conduct, knightly achievement, known disingenuousness, labored levity, labyrinthian windings, lacerated feelings, lachrymose monotony, lackadaisical manner, laconic force, lagging footsteps, lamentable helplessness, languid impertinence, large receptivity, lashing scorn, latent conviction, laudable zeal, laughable absurdity, lavish liberality, lawless freedom, lazy acquiescence, leaden steps, leaping ambition, learned gravity, leering smile, legal perspicacity, legendary associations, legislative enactment, legitimate inference, leisurely composure, lengthening shadows, leonine powers, lethargic temperament, lettered coxcomb, liberal contemplations, lifeless imbecility, lifelong adherence, lightless eyes, lightly disregard, lightning glare, limpid twilight, lingering tenderness, linguistic attainments, liquid eloquence, lisping utterance, listening reverence, listless apathy, literal exactness, literary research, lithe contortions, little idiosyncrasies, lively susceptibility, livid lightning, living manifestation, loathsome oppression, local busybody, loftiest aspirations, logical precision, lone magnificence, longing fancy, looming probabilities, loquacious assurances, lordly abhorrence, loud vociferation, lounging gait, loutish rudeness, lovingly quizzical, lowering aspects, lowest degradation, loyal adhesion, lucid treatment, lucrative profession, ludicrous incongruity, lugubrious question, lukewarm repentance, lumbering gaiety, luminous interpretation, lurid picturesqueness, lurking suspicion, lustrous surface, luxuriant richness, lying equivocations. End of section 20. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 21 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Linton. M. Maddening monotony. Magic fascination. Magisterial emphasis. Magnanimous concessions. Magnetic fascination. Magnificent fluorescence. Magniloquent diction. Maidenly timidity. Main ramifications. Majestic dignity. Maladjusted marriages. Malevolent ingenuity. Malicious aspersions. Malign influence. Malodorous gentility. Manageable proportions. Mangled arguments. Manifest reluctance. Manifold functions. Manly reticence. Mantling smile. Manual dexterity. Manufactured melancholy. Marked individuality. Marketable commodity. Marshalled hosts. Martial footsteps. marvellous lucidity, masculine power, masked expression, massive strength, master achievement, matchless charm, material misconception, maternal solicitude, mathematical precision, matrimonial alliance, matured reflection, maudlin sentimentalism, mawkish insipidity, maximum intensity, meagre evidence, mean trickeries, meaningless confusion, measured cadence, mechanical handicraft, meditatively silent, meek ambition, melancholy musing, mellifluous eloquence, mellow refinement, melodious platitudes, melodramatic resource, melting mood, memorable experience, menacing attitude, mendacious tongue, mendicant pilgrim, mental metamorphosis, mercenary view, merchantable literature, merciful insensibility, merciless censor, mercurial temperament, mere generalization, meretricious allurements, meridian splendor, merited ridicule, merry jest, metallic immobility, metaphysical obscurity, meteoric splendours. End of section 21. This recording is in the public domain. Section 22 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Linton. Methodical regularity, metrical exactness, microscopic minuteness, mighty animosity, mild rejoinder, militant struggles, military autocracy, millennial reign, mimic gestures, minatory shadow, mincing precision, mingled decorousness, miniature imitations, minor impulses, minute consideration, miraculous profusion, mirroring lake, mirthful glance, mischievous effusion, miserable musings, misleading notion, misshapen oddities, misspent strength, mistaken assumption, mistrustful superiority, misty depression, mitigating circumstances, mobile countenance, mock seriousness, modest cheerfulness, modified sentiment, mouldy doctrines, mollifying conditions, momentary discomfiture, momentous pause, monarchical institutions, monastic austerity, monotonous sameness, monstrous absurdity, monumental structure, moody silence, moonlight witchery, moral obliquity, morbid imagination, mordant wit, moribund mediocrities, moral affront, mortified coldness, motley appearance, mountainous inequalities, mournful magnificence, mouthing amplitude, muddled opinion, muddy inefficiency, muffled detonations, mullioned windows, multifarious activity, multiform truth, multiple needs, multitudinous details, mundane importance, mural decorations, murderous parody, murky recesses, musical diapason, mute insensibility, mutinous thoughts, muttered warning, mutual animosity, myriad lights, mysterious potency, mystic meaning, mythical kingdom. End of section 22. This recording is in the public domain. Section 23 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Linton. N. Naive manner, naked eye, nameless fear, narcotic effect, narrowing axioms, nasal drone, nascent intercourse, national shortcomings, native incompetence, natural sluggishness, nauseous doze, nautical venture, neat refutation, nebulous uncertainty, necessary adjuncts, necromantic power, needless depression, nefarious scheme, negative approbation, negligible quantity, neighbouring mists, nerveless hand, nervous solicitude, nettled opponent, neutral eye, new perplexities, nice discrimination, niggardly allowance, nightmare fantasy, nimble faculty, noble condescension, nocturnal scene, nodding approval, noiseless reverie, noisy platitudes, nomadic life, nominal allegiance, nonchalant manner, non-committal way, nondescript garb, nonsense rhymes, noonday splendour, normal characteristics, notable circumstance, noteworthy friendship, noticeably begrimed, notoriously profligate, novel signification, nugatory cause, numbed stillness, numberless defeats, numerical majority. O. Obdurate courage, obedient compliance, objectionably apologetic, obligatory force, obligingly expressed, oblique tribute, obscure intimation, obsequious homage, observant eye, obsolete phraseology, obstinate defiance, obstreperous summons, obtrusive neatness, obvious boredom, occasional flights, occult sympathy, ocean depth, odd makeshifts, odious tyranny, odorous spring, offensive hostility, official asperity, olfactory sense, olive greyness, ominous rumours, omnipotent decree, omniscient affirmation, oncoming horde, onerous cares, onflowing volume, opalescent sea, opaque mass, openly disseminated, opinionated truculence, opportunely contrived, oppressive emptiness, opprobrious epithet, oracular utterance, oratorical display, ordinary delinquencies, organic assimilation, oriental spicery, originally promulgated, oscillatory movement, ostensible occupation, ostentatious display, outlandish fashion, outrageously vehement, outspoken encouragement, outstanding feature, outstretching sympathies, outward pomp, outworn creed, overbearing style, overestimated importance, overflowing sympathy, overhanging darkness, overmastering potency, overpowering argument, overshadowing dread, overstrained enthusiasm, overt act, overvaulting clouds, overweening sense, overwhelming solicitude, overworked drudge. End of section 23. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 24 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. P. Pacific disposition, painful obstinacy, painstaking reticence, palatable advice, pallidly illumined, palpable originality, palpitating emotion, paltry hypocrisies, pampered darling, panic fear, panting eagerness, parabolic obscureness, paradoxical talker, paralyzing sentimentalism, paramount authority, parasitical magnificence, parental permission, paroxysmal outburst, particularly notable, partisan prejudice, passing panorama, passionate insistence, passive obedience, patchwork manner, patent example, paternal tenderness, pathetic helplessness, patient endurance, patriarchal visage, patriotic enthusiasm, peacefully propagated, peculiar piquancy. Piquancy means appealingly provocative, charming. Pecuniary privation, pedantic ineptitude, Pedantic means attention to detail or rules. Pedestrian vigor. Peerless raconteur. Raconteur means skilled storyteller. Peevish ingratitude. Pending determination. Penetrating warmth. Penitential cries. Penniless wanderer. Pensive reflections. Perceptible difference. Peremptory punishment. Peremptory means ending all debate or action. Perennial charm. Perfect embodiment. Perfunctory inquiries. Perilous expedient. Permanent significance. Pernicious doctrine. Perpetual oscillation. Perplexing problem. Persecuting zeal. Persistent adherence. Personal predilection. Predilection means a preference. Persuasive eloquence. Prig. Pertinacious solemnity. Pertinacious means stubbornly persistent. Pertinent question. Perusing earnestness. Pervading tendencies. Perverse quaintness. Pessimistic skepticism. Pestiferous career. Pestiferous means evil or deadly, pernicious. Pet aversion. Petrified smile. Petticoat diplomacy. Pettifogging business. Petty pedantries. Pedantries mean attention to detail or rules. Phantom show. Philanthropic zeal. Philosophical acuteness. Phlegmatic temperament. Phlegmatic means calm, sluggish, unemotional. Phosphorescent shimmer. Photographic exactitude. Physical convulsion. Pictorial embellishments. Picturesque details. Piercing clearness. Pinchbeck dignity. Pinchbeck means a cheap imitation. Pining melancholy. Pioneering spirit. Pious platitudes. Piquant illusions. Piquant means attracting or delighting. Pitiable frenzy. Pitiless precision. Pivotal point. Placid stupidity. Plainly expedient. Plain-spoken rebuke. Plaintive cadence. Plastic mind. Plausible commonplaces. Playful wit. Pleasing reveries. Pleasurable excitement. Plenary argument. Plentiful harvest. Plighted word. Plighted means promised by a solemn pledge. Poignant clearness. Pointless tale. Poisonous counsels. Polished ease. Polite indifference. Political malcontent. End of section 24. This recording is in the public domain. Section 25 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox by Dennis Sayers. In Modesto, California, Fall 2006. Polluting taints. Pompous platitudes. Ponderous research. Pontifical manner. Popular resentment. Populous fertility. Portentous gulf. Positively deteriorating. Posthumous glory. Potential energy. Powerful stimulant. Practical helpfulness. Precarious path. Precautionary measure. Precipitous flight. Precise purpose. Precocious wisdom. Preconceived view. Predatory riders. Predestined spinster. Predominant habit. Pregnant hint. Preliminary assumption. Premature ripening. Premonitory symptoms. Preoccupied attention. Prepossessing appearance. Preposterous assertion. Prescient reflection. Prescient means perceiving the significance of events before they occur. Prescribed conditions. Presiding genius. Pressing necessity. Pretended surprise. Pretentious dignity. Preternatural sagacity. Preternatural means extraordinary, and sagacity means far-sighted or wise. Pretty plaintiveness. Prevailing misconception. Priestly austerity. Primal energy. Prime factor. No integer factors, irreducible. That is, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, etc. Primeval silence. Primordial conditions. Princely courtesy. Prismatic blush. Pristine dignity. Private contempt. Privileged caste. Prized possession. Problematic age. Prodigally lavished. Prodigious variety. Productive discipline. Profane denunciation. Professedly imitated. Professional garrulity. Garrulity means excessive talkativeness. Proffered service. Profitable adventure. Profligate expenditure. Profound conviction. Profuse generosity. Projected visit. Prolegomenous babbler. Prolegomenous means preliminary discussion. Prolific outpouring. Prolix narrative. Prolix means wordy. Prolonged happiness. Promiscuous multitude. Promising scions. Scions are descendants. Prompt courage. Propagandist literature. Propelling impulse. Proper punctilio. Punctilio means a fine point of etiquette. Prophetic vision. Propitious moment. Propitious means auspicious or favorable. Proportionately vigilant. Proprietary sense. Prosaic excellence. Prosaic means dull and lacking excitement. Prospective success. Prosperity revival. Prostrate servility. Protoplasmic ancestors. Protracted agony. Proud destiny. Proverbial situation. Provincial prejudice. Provoked hostility. Prudential wisdom. Prurient desire. Prying criticism. Psychic processes. Public derision. Puerile fickleness. Puerile means immature or childish. Pugnacious defiance. Pulsating life. Punctilious care. Punctilious meaning precise or scrupulous. Pungent epigram. Puny dimensions. Purblind brutality. Purblind means partly blind, slow to understanding. Pure coincidence. Purgatorial fires. Puritanical primness. Purplish shadows. Purposed attempt. Purposeful drama. Pursuing fancies. Pusillanimous desertion. Pusillanimous meaning cowardly. Pyrotechnic outburst. End of section 25. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for Librivox, Fall 2006.
Section 26 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13, 2006. Quailing culprit. Quaint peculiarities. Qualifying service. Quavering voice. Queer tolerance. Quenchless despair. Querulous disposition. Questionable data. Questioning gaze. Quibbling speech. Quick sensibility. Quiescent melancholy. Quiet cynicism. Quivering excitement. Quixotic impulse. Quizzical expression. Quondam foe. Racial prejudice. Racy humor. Radiant happiness. radical distinction, raging billows, rambling looseness, rampant wickedness, rancorous animosities, random preconceptions, rank luxuriance, ranting optimism, rapacious speculation, rapid transitions, rapturous adoration, rare endowment, rarefied humor, rashly overrated, rational discourse, ravenous eagerness, ravishing spectacle, raw composition, reactionary movement, ready sympathy, realistic portrayal, reanimating ideas, reasonably probable, rebellious thought, reciprocal influence, reckless lavishness, recognized authority, recondite description, reconstructive era, recovered composure, recumbent figure, recurring doubt, reddening dawn, redoubled activity, refining influence, reflective habits, refractory temper, refreshing novelty, regal countenance, regretful melancholy, regular recurrence, relatively mild, relaxed discipline, relentless justice, religious scruples, reluctant tolerance, remarkable sagacity. End of section 26. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 27 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Jordan Mueller. Remedial measure, remorseless logic, remote epoch, renowned achievement, repeated falsification, repelling vices, repentant sense, reprehensible action, repressed ardor, reproachful misgiving, repulsive spectacle, reputed disposition, requisite expertness, resentful flame, resilient spirit, resistless might, resolute daring, resonant gaiety, resounding blare, resourceful wickedness, respectful condescension, resplendent brightness, responsive throb, restless inquisitiveness, restorative influence, restricted meaning, resultant limitation, retaliating blows, retarding influence, retreating footsteps, revengeful scowl, reverent enthusiasm, revolting cynicism, revolutionary tradition, rhapsodical eulogy, rhetorical amplification, rhythmical movements, richly emblazoned, righteous indignation, rightful distinction, rigid propriety, rigorous reservation, riotous clamor, ripe reflection, rising misgivings, riveted attention, robust sense, rollicking mirth, romantic solitudes, rooted habits, roseate tints, rough brutality, roundabout approach, rousing chorus, royal exultations, rubicund tinge, rude awakening, rudimentary effort, rueful conclusion, ruffled feelings, rugged austerity, ruling motive, rumbling hoarseness, ruminating mood, rural imagery, rustic simplicity, rustling forest, ruthless commercialism. End of section 27. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 28 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13th, 2006. sacerdotal preeminence, sacred tenderness, sacrilegious violence, sacrosanct fetish, sadly disconcerted, sagacious mind, sage reflections, saintly serenity, salient feature, salutary amusement, sanctimonious hypocrite, sane observer, sanguinary measures, sanguine expectations, sarcastic incredulity, sardonic taciturnity, satirical critic, satisfying equipoise, savage satirist, scalding jests, scandalous falsehood, scant recognition, scathing satire, scattered distractions, scholarly attainments, scientific curiosity, scintillating wit, scoffing defiance, scorching criticism, scornful negligence, scriptural exegesis, scrubby foreland, scrupulous fidelity, sculptured sphinx, scurrilous blustering, searching eye, secluded byways, secret dismay, sectarian sternness, secure anchorage, sedentary occupation, seditious speaking, seductive whisperings, sedulously fostered, seeming artlessness, seething hate, selective instinct, self-conscious activity, self-deprecating irony, selfish vindictiveness, self-same strain, senile sensualist, senseless gibberish, sense abated, sensitively courteous, sensuous music, sententious wisdom, sentimental twaddle, sepulchral quiet, sequestered nook, seraphic promiscuousness, serene triumph, serious resentment, serpentine curves, servile obedience, sesquipedalian words, settled dislike, severe censure, shabby imitation, shadowy abstraction, shady retirements, shallow sophistry, sham enthusiasm, shambling gait, shamed demeanor, shameless injustice, shapeless conformations, shaping impulses, sharp rebuke, shattered reason, sheepish look, sheer boredom, sheltering hypocrisy, shifting panorama, shimmering gaiety, shining virtues, shivering soul, shocking rudeness, shoreless sea, shortening days, shrewd suspicion, shrewish look, shrill dissonance, shrunken wisp, shuddering reluctance. End of section 28. This recording is in the public domain. Section 29 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13, 2006. Shuffling preliminaries, shy obeisance, sibilant oath, sickening jealousy, sidelong glance, significant symbol, silent agony, silken filaments, silly escapades, silvery sea, similar amplitude, simple rectitude, simulated rapture, simultaneous acclamation, sincere hospitality, singular sensitiveness, sinister forebodings, sinuous movements, skeptical contempt, skillfully maintained, skulking look, slackened tension, slavish imitation, sledgehammer blows, sleepless soul, sleepy enchantment, slender resource, slight acceleration, slovenly deportment, slow stupefaction, sluggish resolution, slumbering stream, smacking breeze, small aptitude, smiling repose, smirking commonplace, smoldering resentment, smothered sob, smug hypocrisy, snappish impertinence, sneering jibes, snowy whiteness, snug retreat, soaring ambition, sobbing wail, sober melancholy, social banalities, sociological bearing, soft allurement, solemn emptiness, solid knowledge, solidifying substance, solitary grandeur, somber relations, somewhat scandalized, somnolent state, sonorous simplicity, sophistical argument, soporific emanations, sordid selfishness, sorely beset, sorrowful resignation, soulless mechanism, sounding verbiage, sourly ascetic, sovereign panacea, spacious tracklessness, sparkling splendor, specialized skill, specific characteristics, specious artifice, spectral fears, speculative rubbish, speechless surprise, speedy extinction, spendthrift prodigality, spirited vindication, spiritual dazzlement, splendid irony, splenetic imagination, spontaneous challenge, sporadic exception, sportive gaiety, spotless honor, sprightly talk, spurious enthusiasm, squalid distress, squandered talent, squeamish taste, staggering surprise, stainless womanhood, stale sciolism, stalwart defiance, stammered apology, starched sterility. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 30 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Jordan Mueller. Starlit imminence. Startling eccentricity. Starving proletariat. Stately stride. Statesmanlike person. statistical knowledge, statuesque immobility, staunch manhood, steadfast obedience, stentorian voice, stereotyped commonness, sterile hatred, sterling sense, stern defiance, stiff conceit, stifled convulsions, still solitudes, stilted bombast, stimulating impression, stinging reproach, stinted endowment, stipulated reward, stock pleasantries, stoic callousness, stolid obstinacy, stony stare, storied traditions, stormy passion, stout assertion, straggling association, straightforward logic, straightway vanished, strained interpretation, straitened circumstance, strange wistfulness, strenuous insistence, striking diversity, stringent statement, strong aversion, stubborn reality, studious reserve, stultified mind, stunning crash, stupendous magnitude, stupid bewilderment, sturdy genuineness, subaltern attitude, subconscious conviction, subduing influence, sublime anticipations, submissive behavior, subordinate pursuit, subsidiary advantage, substantial agreement, subterranean sunlessness, subtle sophistry, subversive accident, successfully dispelled, successive undulations, succinct phrase, sudden perturbation, sullen submission, summary vengeance, sumptuously decorated, superabundant energy, superannuated coquette, superb command, supercilious discontent, superficial surliness, superfluous precaution, superhuman vigor, superior skill, superlative cleverness, supernatural incident, supine resignation, suppliant posture, suppressed excitement, supreme exaltation, surging multitude, surly tone, surpassing loveliness, surprising intimacy, surreptitious means, sustained vigor, swaggering bully, swampy flatness, swarming population, sweeping assertion, sweet peaceableness, swelling magnitude, swift transition, swinging cadence, symmetrical brow, sympathetic insight, syncopated tune, synthetic judgment, systematic interaction. End of section 30. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 31 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 12, 2006. Tacit assumption. Taciturn magnanimity. Tactical niceties. Tameless energy. Tangible realities. Tangled network. Tardy recognition. Tarnished reputation. Tart temper. Tasteful gratification. Tasteless insipidity. Tattered mendicant. Taunting accusation. Tawdry pretentiousness. Tearful sensibilities. Tearing gallop. Teasing persistency. Technical precision. Tedious formality. Teeming population. Temerarious assertion. Temperamental complacency. Tempered pathos. Tempestuous breeze. Temporary expedient. Tenacious memory. Tender solicitude. tense attention, tentative moment, tepid conviction, termagant wife, terrible sublimity, terrifying imprecations, terse realism, testamentary document, thankless task, thawing laughter, theological complexities, thirsting ear, thorny pathway, thorough uprightness, thoughtful silence, thoughtless whim, threadbare sentiment, threatened wrath, thrilling eloquence, throbbing pride, throneless monarch, thronging images, thundering rage, thwarted impulse, tideless depth, tigerish stealth, tightened ominously, timid acquiescence, tingling expectation, tinkling cymbal, tipsy jocularity, tiptoe curiosity, tireless egotism, tiresome braggadocio, titanic force, toilsome pleasure, tolerably comprehensive, tolerant indifference, tormenting thought, torn asunder, torpid faculties, tortuous labyrinth, tortured innocence, totally engrossed, touching pathos, tousled head, towering pride, traceable consanguinity, trackless forest, traditional type, tragic intensity, trailing sweetness, tranquil grandeur, transcendent power, transfiguring tints, transient emotion, translucent cup, transmuting touch, transparent compliment, treacherous intelligence, treasured possessions, trembling anxiety, tremendous domination, tremulous sense, trenchant phrase, trifling superfluity, trite remark, triumphant boldness, trivial conventionality, tropical luxuriance, troubled inertness, trudging wayfarer, trustworthy source, tumultuous rapture, tuneful expression, turbulent times, turgid appeal, twilight shadow, twittered sleepily, twofold bearing, typical excellence, tyrannical disposition. End of section 31. This recording is in the public domain. Section 32 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 12, 2006. Ubiquitous activity. Ugly revelation. Ulterior purpose. Ultimate sanction. Ultra-fashionable world. Unabashed insolence. Unabated pleasure. Unaccountable perturbity, unaccustomed toil, unadorned style, unaffected pathos, unaffrighted innocence, unagitated abstraction, unalloyed satisfaction, unalterable determination, unanimous acclamation, unanswerable argument, unapologetic air, unappeasable resentment, unapproached supremacy, unassailable position, unassuming dignity, unattainable perfection, unavailing consolation, unavoidable propensities, unballasted eloquence, unbeaten track, unbecoming behavior, unbending reserve, unbiased judgment, unblemished character, unblinking observation, unblushing iteration, unbounded hospitality, unbridgeable chasm, unbridled fancy, unbroken continuity, uncanny fears, unceasing variation, unceremonious talk, uncertain tenure, unchallenged supremacy, unchanging affection, uncharitable ambition, uncharted depths, unchastised offense, unclouded splendor, uncomfortable doubt, uncommonly attractive, uncommunicable quality, uncomplaining endurance, uncomprehending smile, uncompromising dogmatism, unconcealed aversion, unconditioned freedom, uncongenial task, unconquerable patience, unconscious serenity, uncontrollable delight, unconventional demeanor, uncounted generations, uncouth gambols, uncritical position, unctuously belaud, undaunted defender, undazzled eyes, undefined anticipations, undeniable charm, underlying assumption, undeviating consistency, undignified peccadilloes, undiluted skepticism, undiminished relish, undimmed luster, undisciplined genius, undisguised amusement, undismayed expression, undisputed ascendancy, undistracted attention, undisturbed silence, undivided energies, undoubted authenticity, undue predilection. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain. Section 33 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 12, 2006. Undulating hills, unduly troublesome, undying friendship, unearthly gladness, uneasy craving, unembarrassed scrutiny, unembittered sweetness, unending exactions, unenlightened zealot, unenvied insipidity, unequaled skill, unequivocally resented, unerring fidelity, unessential details, unexampled sweetness, unexhausted kindliness, unexpected confidence, unfailing courtesy, unfaltering glance, unfamiliar garb, unfathomable indifference, unfeigned assent, unfettered liberty, unflagging zest, unflattering truth, unflecked confidence, unfledged novice, unflinching zeal, unfolding consciousness, unforced acquiescence, unforeseen vicissitudes, unforgivable tragedy, unfounded conjecture, unfulfilled longing, ungainly figure, ungarnished reality, ungenerously resolved, ungenial temperament, ungovernable vehemence, ungracious temper, ungrudging tribute, unguessed riches, unhallowed threshold, unhampered expression, unhappy predecessor, unheeded beauties, unheroic measure, unhesitating faith, unhindered flight, unholy triumph, uniform blending, unimaginable bitterness, unimpassioned dignity, unimpeachable sentiment, unimpeded activity, uninstructed critic, uninterrupted process, unique personality, universal reprobation, unjust depreciation, unknown appellations, unlettered laborer, unlikely contingency, unlimited opulence, unlucky dissembler, unmanly timidity, unmastered possibility, unmeaning farce, unmeasured hostility, unmellowed dawn, unmelodious echoes, unmerciful plundering, unmingled consent, unmistakenly fabulous, unmitigated gloom, unmixed astonishment, unmodified passion, unmurmuring sea, unnecessary platitudes, unnumbered thousands, unobtrusive deference, unostentatious display, unpalatable truth. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain. Section 34 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 12, 2006. Unparalleled atrocities. Unpardonable error. Unphilosophical dreamer. Unpleasant excrescence. Unprecedented advance. Unprejudiced intelligence. Unpretentious character, unprincipled violence, unprofitable craft, unpurchasable luxury, unqualified submission, unquenchable tenderness, unquestionable genius, unquestioning fate, unreasonable pretense, unreasoning distrust, unredeemable forfeit, unrefreshing sameness, unrelaxing emphasis, unrelenting spirit, unremembered winter, unremitting toil, unrepining sadness, unreproved admiration, unrequited love, unresentful disposition, unreserved assent, unresisted authority, unresolved exceptions, unresponsive gloom, unresting speed, unrestrained anger, unrestricted ease, unrivaled distinction, unruffled concord, unsatisfied yearning, unscrupulous adventurer, unseasonable apology, unseemly mirth, unselfish fidelity, unsettled trait, unshakable foundation, unshrinking determination, unslackened volubility, unsophisticated youth, unsparing abuse, unspeakable delight, unspiritual tone, unspoiled goodness, unstinted praise, unsullied virtue, unsurpassed purity, unswerving integrity, untamable energy, unthinkable hypothesis, untiring energy, untold calamity, untoward circumstances, untrammeled expression, untrodden woodland, untroubled repose, untuneful phrase, untutored mind, unusual audacity, unutterable sadness, unvarnished feeling, unwarranted limitation, unwasting energies, unwavering allegiance, unwearied diligence, unwelcome alliance, unwieldy bulk, unwilling homage, unwittingly mingled, unwanted kindness, unworldly foolishness, unworthy alliance, unyielding nature, uproarious laughter, upstart pretensions, useless fripperies, utmost scorn. End of section 34. This recording is in the public domain. Section 35 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 7th, 2006. Vacant stupidity, vacillating obedience, vacuous ease, vagabondish spirit, vagrant wandering, vaguely discursive, vain contemplation, vainglorious show, valid objection, valuable acquisition, valueless assertion, vampire tongue, vanished centuries, vantage ground, vapid generalities, variable temperament, variegated career, vast advantage, veering purpose, vehement panting, veiled insolence, velvety lawn, venerable placidity, venomous passion, voracious journals, verbal audacities, verbose manner, verdant hope, verifiable facts, veritable triumph, vernacular expression, vernal charm, versatile grace, vexatious circumstances, vicarious virtue, vigilant sensibility, vigorous invective, vile desecrator, villainous inconsistency, vindictive sentiment, violent agitation, virgin grace, virile leadership, virtual surrender, virtuous disdain, virulent prejudice, visible embarrassment, visionary dreamer, vital interpretation, vitiated taste, vitriolic sneer, vivacious excitement, vivid portrayal, vociferous appeal, voiceless multitude, volatile fragrance, volcanic suddenness, voluble prose, voluminous biography, voluntary relinquishment, voracious animosity, votive wreath, vulgar prosperity, vulnerable foe. End of section 35. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 36 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Heather Lambert. Wabbling enterprise, waggishly sapient, wailing winds, wandering fancy, waning popularity, wanton butchery, warbling lute, warlike trappings, warning prophecy, warped purpose, warranted interference, wasteful prodigality, wavering courage,
waxwork sex, wayward fancy, weakly imaginative, wearisome wordiness, wedded incompatibility, weighty argument, weird fascination, welcoming host, well-turned period, weltering current, whimsical touch, whirling confusion, whirring loom, whispering breeze, whistling winds, whited sepulchre, wholesome aspirations, wholly commendable, wicked ingratitude, wide signification, widespread acclaim, wild extravagance, wilful waywardness, willing allegiance, willowy nothingness, wily antagonist, winding pilgrimage, windowless soul, winged fancies, winking stars, winning plaintiveness, winsome girlhood, wise dissertations, wistful entry, withering scorn, witnessing approval, witty expedient, wizard influence, woebegone countenance, woeful weariness, wolfish tendency, womanlike loveliness, wonderful affluence, wonted activity, wordy warfare, worthy achievement, wounded avarice, wrathful pugnacity, wretched effeminacy, wriggling disputant, writhing opponent. Why? Yawning space, yearning tenderness, yielding disposition, youthful ambition. Z. Zealous devotion, zigzag method, zoologically considered. End of section 36.
This recording is in the public domain.
Section 37 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Claire Gauger. Significant phrases: abashed and ashamed, abhorrence and repulsion, abilities and attainments, abject and hopeless, ably and vigorously, abrupt and perilous, absolute and eternal, absorbed and occupied, abstinence and self-denial, abstract and metaphysical, absurd and impertinent, abundant and sustained, abuse and slander, accentual and rhythmic, accidental and temporary, accomplished and popular, accurate and illuminating, achievement and character, acquisition and possession, active and aggressive, actual and immediate, acute and painful, admirable and accomplished, adorned and amplified, adroitness and judgment, adventurous and prodigal, advice and assistance, affable and courteous, affectation and coquetry, affectionate and warm-hearted, affluent and exuberant, affright and abhorrence, agencies and influences, ages and generations, aggrandizement and plunder, agreeable and ingenuous, aggressive and sullen, aghast and incredulous, agility and briskness, agitate and control, agony and despair, aids and auxiliaries, aim and purpose, airy and frivolous, alarm and uneasiness, alert and unsparing, all and sundry, allegiance and fidelity, alone and undistracted, alterations and additions, amazement and admiration, ambiguity and disagreement, ambition and determination, amiable and unpretending, ample and admirable, amusing and clever, analytical and critical, anarchy and chaos, ancient and venerable, anecdote and reminiscence, anger and fury, anguish and hopelessness, animated and effective, anomalies and absurdities, antagonism and opposition, antipathies and distastes, antiquated and obsolete, anxiety and trepidation, apathy and torpor, apologetic and uneasy, appalling and devastating, apparent and palpable, appearance and surroundings, apprehensive and anxious, appropriate and eloquent, approve and admire, apt and novel, archness and vivacity, ardent and aspiring, argument and inference, arid and unprofitable, arrangement and combination, arrogant and overbearing, artificial and elaborate, artistic and literary, artlessness and urbanity, ashamed and speechless, aspects and phases, aspiring and triumphal, assiduities and success, assimilated and combined, assugaged and pacified, astonished and curious, astound and perplex, athletic and nimble, atonement and forgiveness, atrocious and abominable, attacks and intrigues, attention and respect, attitudes and expressions, attractiveness and ability, audacity and skill, august and splendid, austere and icy, available and capable, avarice and cruelty, avidity and earnestness, awake and active, awe and reverence, awkwardness and crudity. End of section 37. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 38 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13, 2006. Babel and confusion. Backbone and sinew. Baffled and disappointed. Balanced and forceful. Barbarity and wickedness. Bards and sages. Base and unworthy. Beam and blaze. Bearing and address. Beautiful and majestic. Bedraggled and disappointed. Befogged and stupefied. Beliefs and practices. Bellowing and shouting. Benevolence and candor. Benign and hopeful. Bent and disposition. Benumbed and powerless. Bewildered and stupefied. Bigots and blockheads. Billing and cooing. Birth and breeding. Bite and sting. Bits and scraps. Bitter and disdainful. Black and solitary. Bland and ingenious. Blasphemous and profane. Bleak and unrelenting. Blend and harmonize. Blessing and benediction. Blind and unreasoning. Blundering and plundering. Blurred and confused. Bluster and vulgarity. Boast and assertion. Bold and haughty. Bombast and egotism. Bone and sinew. Boundless and unlimited. Bourgeois and snobbish. Brag and chatter. Bravado and cowardice. Brave and chivalrous. Breathless and reverential. Brevity and condensation. Bribery and corruption. Brief and pithy. Bright and vivacious. Brilliancy and grace. Brisk and enlivening. Broad and deep. Brooding and solemn. Brutal and degrading. Bulks and masses. Bungling and trifling. Business-like and practicable. Bustle and business. Cajoled and bullied. Calamity and sorrow. Callous and impervious. Calmness and composure. Calumny and exaggeration. Candor and kindness. Cant and hypocrisy. Capable and efficient. capacity and ability, capricious and unreasonable, career and occupation, cares and anxieties, carping and ungenerous, casual and transient, causes and circumstances, cautious and reticent, celebrated and praised, celerity and violence, ceremony and splendor, certain and verifiable, chafe and exasperate, chagrin and despondency, chance and opportunity, change and variety, chaos and confusion, character and temperament, characteristic and complete, charges and insinuations, charm and perfection, chaste and refined, cheap and convenient, checked and thwarted, cheerfulness and gaiety, cherish and guard, chief and paramount, chilled and stiffened, choleric and sanguine, churlishness and violence, citation and allusion, civility and communicativeness, civilized and cultured. End of section 38. This recording is in the public domain. Section 39 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13, 2006. Clamorous and wild. Claptrap and platitude. Clarity and straightforwardness. Classical and perspicuous. Clatter and clang. Clear and decisive. Cleverness and acuteness. Clogged and dulled. Clumsy and smudgy. Coarse and grotesque. Coaxed and threatened. Coexist and correlative. Cogent and conclusive. Cohesion and sequence. Cold and unemotional. Comely and vivacious. Comfort and security. Command and threaten. Common and familiar. Commotion and annoyance. Compact and complete. Comparison and discrimination. Compass and power. Competent and experienced. Complaints and imprecations. Complaisance and readiness. Complete and permanent. Complex and various. Composure and gracefulness. Comprehensive and accurate. Compression and pregnancy. Conceal and deny. Conceit and impertinence. Conceived and consummated. Concentrated and intensified. Conception and treatment. Concern and wonder. Concise and emphatic. Concrete and definite. Condemned and upbraided. Conditions and limitations. Confession and doubt. Confidence and loyalty. Confusion and dismay. Congratulations and welcomings. Connection and interdependence. Conquered and transformed. Conquest and acquisition. Consciously and purposely. Consistent and harmonious. Conspicuous and impressive. Conspired and contrived. Constant and intimate. Constructive and vital. Contemn and decry. Contempt and indignation. Contentment and serenity. Continuous and undeviating. Contorted and fantastic. Contradictions and inconsistencies. Contrast and comparison. Contrivance and disguise. Conventional and limited. Cool and indifferent. Copiousness and vivacity. cordial and cheerful, corruption and decay, costly and gorgeous, counselor and guide, countless and indescribable, courage and endurance, courted and feted, courteous and sympathetic, coveted and deserved, coy and furtive, cramped and distorted, creative and inventive, credulity and ignorance, creeds and dogmas, crime and misdemeanor, crippled and maimed, crises and struggles, crisp and sparkling, critical and skeptical, crowded and jostled, crowned and sceptered, crude and primitive, cruel and rapacious, crumbling and shapeless, crushed and bewildered, cultured and refined, cumbrous and diffuse, cunning and cruelty, curious and inexpressible, curved and channeled, customs and manners, cynical and contemptuous. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain. Section 40 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13, 2006. Dangers and pitfalls. Daring and resolute. Dark and starless. Dart and quiver. Dashing and careless. Dates and details. Dazzled and confounded. Debased and demoralized. Debilitating and futile. Decencies and restraints. Deception and cruelty. Decided and definite. Declamation and delivery. Decline and decay. Deductions and inferences. Deep and subtle. Deface and injure. Defame and tarnish. Deference and concession. Defiant and antagonistic. Deficient and unskilled. Definite and memorable. Deft and offensive. Degraded and dishonored. Deliberate and effective. Delicate and lambent. Delight and consolation. Delusion and trickery. Demands and expectations. Demeanor and conduct. Demoralizing and enfeebling. Denial and defense. Dense and luminous. Denunciations and censures. Deplorable and baneful. Depravity and frivolity. Depressing and discouraging. Depth and richness. Derision and skepticism. Described and classified. Desecration and decay. Designs and activities. Desires and motives. Desolation and wretchedness. Dispatch and resolution. Desperation and defiance. Despise and satirize. Despoiled and destroyed. Despondency and melancholy. Despotism and coercion. Destitution and misery. Desultory and slipshod. Detached and isolated. Determined and courageous. Detestable and intolerable. Development and culture. Devoted and unwavering. Dictatorial and insolent. Diction and pronunciation. Differences and disputes. difficult and arduous, diffidence and constraint, diffuseness and warmth, dignified and austere, digressive and wanton. End of section 40. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 41 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Shirley Donahue. September 2006. Dilatory and hesitating. Diligent and sedulous. Dim and distant. Din and traffic. Directed and controlled. Disagreeable and painful. Disappointed and abashed. Disapprobation and condemnation. Disapproval and apprehension. Discipline and development. Discomfiture and degradation. Disconcerted and dismayed. Discontent and disquiet. Discords and differences. Discouraging and distressing. Discovery and invention. Discretion and moderation. Disdain and mockery. Disfigured and shapeless. Disgrace and ruin. Disgust and dismay. Dishonor and ruin. Disillusioned and ironical. Disintegration and decay. Disinterested and gracious. Disjointed and voluble. Dislike and disdain. Dislocation and chaos. Dismay and apprehension. Dispirit and discourage. Disposition and power. Disquietude and uneasiness. Dissolute and hateful. Dissolve and disappear. Distant and diverse. Distended and distorted. Distinctive and appropriate. Distinguishing and differentiating. Distress and humiliation. Distrust and aversion. Disturbed and anxious. Diverging and contracting. Docile and obedient. Dogma and ritual. Dominant and permanent. Dormant and subdued. Doubt and trepidation. Dramatic and sensational. Drastic and revolutionary. Dread and terror. Dreams and ambitions. Dreariness and desolation. Dregs and sediments. Drill and discipline. Drivelling and childish. Drollery and ridicule. Drooping and disconsolate. Dubious and dangerous. Dull and spiritless. Dumb and nerveless. Dupe and victim. Duplicity and equivocation. Dust and oblivion. Duties and difficulties. Dwarfed and obscured. Dwindle and disappear. End of section 41. This recording is in the public domain. Section 42 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Shirley Donahue. September 2006. Eagerness and ecstasy. Earnestness and animation. Ease and lightness. Ebb and flow. Eclectic and assimilated. Edifying and enchanting. Education and skill. Effective and competent. Efficiency and success. Egotism and bigotry. Elaboration and display. Elation and delight. Elegance and gentility. Elementary and simple. Elevate and ennoble. Eligibility and suitableness. Elongated and narrow. Eloquent and expressive. Elusive and exquisite. Embarrassed and concerned. Embittered and despairing. Embodiment and actualization. Emerged and flowered. Eminent and remarkable. Emoluments and honors. Emotion and passion. Emphasize and magnify. Employment and profession. Encouragement and stimulus. Energy and activity. Enfeebled and exhausted. Enfold and enwrap. Engulfed and buried. Enjoyment and satisfaction. Enlightenment and progress. Enraptured and amazed. Enriched and ennobled. Enslave and dominate. Enterprising and intelligent. Entertaining and diverting. Enthusiasm and zeal. Enticing and alluring. Entire and complete. Environment and training. Envy and despair. Ephemeral and feeble. Episodes and interludes. Epithet and description. Equality and solidarity. Equity and justice. Erratic and confused. Errors and infirmities. Essential and predominating. Estimable and agreeable. Eternal and sublime. Ethical and religious. Ever and anon. Evident and manifest. Exactitude and completeness. Exaggerate and distort. Exaltation and enthusiasm. Examination and comparison. Examples and models. Exasperations and paroxysms. Excellent and worthy. Exceptional and remarkable. Excessive and unreasonable. Excitable and irritable. Exclusive and limited. Excusable and justifiable. Excreation
and defiance, exertion and excitement, exhaustion and fatigue, exhibition and display, exhilarating and beneficial, exigency and requirement, expansive and digressive, expediency and utility, expensive and unprofitable, experience and skill, experiment and explorations, expert and vigorous, explanation and elucidation, explore and examine, expressions and exclamations, expressive and effective, exquisite and powerful, extent and importance, extraordinary and unexpected, extravagant and grotesque, extreme and morbid, exuberant and infectious. End of section 42. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 43 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lucy Burgoyne. F. Fabulous and fabricated. Facile and brilliant. Facts and traditions. Faculties and powers. Faded and withered. Failures and misadventures. Faint and obscure. Fair and impartial. Faith and reverence. Fallacy and danger. False and fugitive. Fame and fortune. Familiar and gracious. Famous and foremost. Fancies and sentiments. Fanciful and chimerical. Fantastic and meretricious. Fascination and awe. Fashion and frivolity. Fastidious and exacting. Fatigued and careworn. Faults and delusions. Favours and kindnesses. Fear and bewilderment. Feasible and practical. Feebleness and folly. Feeling and passion. Felicitous and exquisite. Ferocious and mercenary. Fertility and vigour. Fervour and simplicity. Feverishly and furiously. Fickle and uncertain. Fidelity and zeal. Fierce and menacing. Fiery and controversial. Final and irreversible. Finish and completeness. Firm and decisive. First and foremost. Fitful and capricious. Fitting and appropriate. Fixity and finality. Flaming and mendacious. Flare and flicker. Flatness and insipidity. Flattery and toadism. Flexible and spontaneous. Flickering and ambiguous. Flighty and impetuous. Flippant and contemptuous. Florid and healthy. Flotsam and jetsam. Flow and fullness. Flowery and figurative. Fluctuating and transitory. Fluency and flippancy. Fluttering and restless. Focus and concentrate. Fogs and complications. Foibles and follies. Foiled and defeated. Folly and indecorum. Fools and underlings. Force and effectiveness. Formal and cold. Formidable and profound. Formlessness and exaggeration. Fortitude and perseverance. Foul and ominous. Fragile and pale. Fragments and morsels, fragrance and beauty, frailties and absurdities, frank and genial, free and independent, frequent and poignant, freshness and fragrance, fretful and timorous, friend and benefactor, frigid and pompous, frivolous and empty, froth and effervescent, frustrated and confounded, fuddled and contradictory, full and sonorous, fumbling and blundering, fuming and bustling, fun and satire, function and aim, fundamental and necessary, furrowed and ragged, furtive and elusive, fury and madness, fusing and fuming, futile and untrustworthy. End of section 43. This recording is in the public domain. Section 44 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lucy Burgoyne. G. Gaiety and grace, gallant and proud, galling and humiliating, gaunt and ghastly, gay and genial, general and universal, generosity and prodigality, generous and humane, genial and refreshing, genius and reputation, gentle and amiable, genuine and infectious, germ and root, gesticulation and emphasis, ghastly and inconceivable, gifts and graces, gigantic and portentous, glamour and fascination, glare and pretension, glib and loquacious, glitter and glamour, gloomy and morose, glorious and gorgeous, glowing and exaggerated, glum and grim, goodness and rectitude, goodwill and merriment, gorgeousness and splendour, gossiping and grumbling, govern and overrule, grace and dignity, gracious and generous, gradual and progressive, graft and dishonesty, grand and sublime, grandeur and massiveness, grandiose and oracular, graphic and gorgeous, gratification and enjoyment, gratitude and generosity, gratuitous and ungracious, grave and stately, graveyards and solitudes, greatness and stability, greed and covetousness, grief and remorse, grim and sullen, grimaces and gesticulations, grope and fumble, grossness and brutality, grotesque and monstrous, grouped and combined, growth and development, guesses and fancies, guidance and inspiration, gush and hysteria, gusto and defect. H. Habits and humours, habitual and intuitive, hackneyed and tawdry, haggard and pale, handsome and amiable, haphazard and dangerous, happiness and pleasantness, harass and pursue, hard and unsparing, hardships and indignities, harmony and beauty, harsh and austere, hasty and unwarranted, hateful and loathsome, haughtiness and arrogance, hauteur and disdain, hazard and peril, hazy and indefinite, headstrong and foolish, healthy and vigorous, hearth and shrine, heartless and hypocritical, heat and impatience, heaviness and weariness, hecklings and interruptions, hectic and pitiful, heretics and schematics, heritage and privilege, heroism and wisdom, hesitation and irresolution, hideous and grotesque, high and conscientious, hilarity and mirth, hints and suggestions, history and tradition, hither and thither, hoarse and rumbling, hobbies and eccentricities, hollowness and unreality, holy and prayerful, homeliness and simplicity, honestly and confessedly, honours and emoluments, hooted and mobbed, hopes and prospects, horror and ghastliness, hospitality and magnificence, hubbub and confusion, huge and unwieldy, humane and sympathetic, humility and devoutness, humours and singularities, hurry and bustle, hushed and still, husks and phantoms, hypocrisy and impudence. End of section 44. This reading is in the public domain. Section 45 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Lucy Burgoyne. Ideas and achievements, idle and presumptuous, ignoble and shabby, ignominy and misfortune, ignorance and superstition, illiterate and unfit, ill-tempered and unjust, illuminative and suggestive, illustrative and typical, images and impressions, imagination and memory, embitter and exasperate, imitators and disciples, immature and unpromising, immediate and instantaneous, immensity and intricacy, imminent and terrible, immovable and unchangeable, impalpable and spiritual, impassioned and energetic, impatient and restless, imperfection and fallibility, imperil and destroy, imperious and ruthless, impertinent and personal, impinging and inexorable, implacable and destructive, important and formidable, imposed and enforced, impossibilities and absurdities, impressible and plastic, improvement and progress, imprudent and thoughtless, impulse and indignation, inaccessible and audacious, inactive and supine, inadequate and misleading, inapplicable and alien, inarticulate and confused, inborn and native, incensed and alarmed, inchoate and tentative, incoherent and inconclusive, incompetence and ignorance, incomplete and erroneous, incongruity and absurdity, inconvenient and troublesome, incorrigible and irrepressible, incredulous and mortified, indefatigable and irresistible, indefinite and vague, independent and democratic, indifference and brevity, indigence and obscurity, indignation and chagrin, indirectly and unconsciously, indispensable and irreplaceable, indistinct and misty, indolence and indifference, indomitable and dogged. End of section 45. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Julian Jameson. Endorsed and applauded. Indulge and cherish. Industrious and vigilant. Ineffective and bungling. Inert and uncertain. Inevitable and assured. Inexhaustible and indomitable. Inexperienced and timid. Infallible and disdainful. Inference and suggestion. Infinite and eternal. Inflexible and unchanging. Influence and authority. Informed and competent. Ingenious and eloquent. Ingratitude and cruelty. Inharmonious and irregular. Injustice and inhumanity. Innocence and fidelity. Innuendo and suggestion. Inopportune and futile. Insanely and blindly. Inscrutable and perplexing. Insecurity and precariousness. Insensibly and graciously. Insignificant and transitory. Insincere and worthless. Insipid and silly. Insistent and incongruous. Insolence and absurdity. Inspiring and animating. Instant and momentous. Instinctive and rational. Insulted and thwarted. Intangible and indefinable. Integral and indestructible. Integrity and honor. Intelligence and insight. Intense and overpowering. Intentness and interest. Interesting and engrossing. Intimate and familiar. Intolerant and bumptious. Intractable and untamable. Intricate and endless. Intrusive and unmannerly. Intuitive and axiomatic. Invasion and aggression. Invective and innuendo. Investigation and research. Invidious and painful. Inviolate and unscathed. Invisible and silent. Involuntary and automatic. Irksome and distasteful. Irrational and excessive. Irregular and intermittent. Irreligious and immoral. Irremediable and eternal. Irrepressible and insistent. Irreverence and ingratitude. Irritable and churlish. Isolated and detached. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 47 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Dave Henderson on March 7th, 2007. Jabber and chatter, jagged and multifarious, jargon and absurdity, jaundiced and jealous, jeer and scoff, jeopardy and instability, jests and sarcasms, jocular and vivacious, jostle and stumble, joy and felicity, jubilant and boastful, judgment and discretion, judicious and acute, juggled and manipulated, jumble and confuse, juncture and circumstance, jurisdiction and authority, justice and virtue, juvenile and budding, keen and pertinacious, kind and forbearing, kindle and intensify, kindred and analogous, kingly and autocratic, knavish and tyrannical, knowledge and conviction, known and recognized, labor and drudgery, lame and impotent, lamentable and depressing, languid and indifferent, large and opulent, lassitude and languor, latent and lifeless, latitude and scope, laudable and deserving, laughable and grotesque, lavish and wasteful, lawlessness and violence, laxity and forbearance, laziness and profligacy, leafage and fruitage, learning and austerity, legends and traditions, legitimate and logical, leisure and tranquility, lengthy and diffuse, lenient and sympathetic, lethargy and sloth, levity and gaiety, liberal and ample, liberty and freedom, license and laxity, likely and plausible, limited and abbreviated, listless and inert, literal and exact, literary and artistic, lithe and sinewy, lively and poignant, loathsome and abject, lofty and sonorous, logical and consistent, loquacity and exuberance, loss and deterioration, loud and passionate, loving and reverential, low and groveling, loyal and devoted, lucidity and vividness, lucky and propitious, lucrative and advantageous, ludicrous and detestable, lugubrious and unfortunate, lukewarm and indifferent, lull and silence, luminous and keen, lure and captivate, lurid and fiery, luscious and lasting, luster and resplendence, lusty and big-sounding, luxury and pomp. End of section 47. This recording is in the public domain. Section 48 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Dave Henderson, March 8, 2007. Madness and folly, magical and secret, magnificent and luxurious, majestic and imposing, malice and revenge, malignity and spitefulness, manifold and complex, manly and powerful, manner and conduct, marvels and mysteries, massive and compact, masterly and convincing, materialistic and sordid, maternal and filial, maudlin and grotesque, maxims and morals, meager and bare, mean and debasing, meaning and significance, means and materials, mechanical and monotonous, meddling and muddling, meditative and sympathetic, meek and manageable, melody and softness, memorable and glorious, menace and superciliousness, merciful and chivalrous, merciless and unpitying, merit and virtue, mighty and majestic, mild and virtuous, mince and temporize, minds and memories, minuteness and fidelity, mirth and joviality, misdemeanors and improprieties, misery and degradation, misrepresented and reviled, misty and indefinite, mobile and expressive, mockery and imposture, moderate and cautious, modes and methods, modest and retiring, molding and upbuilding, momentary and languid, momentous and appalling, monopoly and injustice, monotony and indecorum, monstrous and insupportable, moody and brooding, moral and religious, morbid and irritable, motionless and commanding, motives and aims, mud and mire, muddled and incoherent, murmurs and reproaches, muscularity and morality, mutable and fleeting, mute and insensate, mutilated and disfigured, muttering and murmuring, mutual and friendly, mysterious and incomprehensible, mystic and wonderful. End of section 48. This recording is in the public domain. Section 49 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Dave Henderson, March 8, 2007. Nagging and squabbling, nameless and obscure, narrow and timorous, natural and spontaneous, nauseous and disgusting, neatness and propriety, necessarily and essentially, needs and demands, nefarious and malevolent, negations and contradictions, neglect and evade, negotiate and bargain, nerve and fiber, neutral and colorless, nicety and precision, nimble and airy, noble and powerful, nodding and blinking, noisy and scurrilous, nonsense and absurdity, nooks and corners, notable and conspicuous, noted and distinguished, noteworthy and intelligible, notoriety and prominence, nourish and foster, novelty and freshness, novice and ignoramus, nucleus and beginning, nugatory and ineffectual, nullify and destroy, number and variety, numerous and important, oaths and revilings, obdurate and impenitent, obedient and duteous, obeisance and submission, objectionable and inexpedient, obligation and dependence, obliquity and hypocrisy, oblivious and insensible, obloquy and detraction, obnoxious and odious, obscure and enigmatical, obsequies and panegyrics, obsequious and conciliating, observations and reflections, obstacles and disasters, obstinate and stupid, obstreperous and noisy, obtrusive and vulgar, obtuse and imbecile, obvious and palpable, occasional and contingent, occult and hidden, occupations and habits, odd and dismal, odious and oppressive, offensive and aggressive, official and authoritative, oily and servile, old and decrepit, ominous and untrustworthy, omnivorous and sordid, oneness and unity, onerous and perplexing, open and inviting, opinions and hypotheses, opportunism and inconsistency, opposite and discordant, oppressed and sullen, optimistic and reassuring, opulence and magnitude, oracular and occult, order and uniformity, organic and rational, organization and system, origin and discovery, original and attractive, ornate and variegated, ostensible and explicit, ostentatiousness and gaiety, outlines and appearances, outrageous and scandalous, overburdened and confused, overcome and vanquish, overstep and contravene, overt and unmistakable, overwearied and outworn, overworked and fagged. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 50 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. P. Pains and penalties. Painstaking and cumbersome. Pale and anxious. Palpable and plain. Paltry and inglorious. Pampered and petted. Parade and display. Parched and dry. Partial and provisional. Particularly and individually. Parties and sects. Passion and prejudice. Passive and indifferent. Pastimes and diversions. Patent and pertinent. Pathos and terror. Patience and perseverance. Patriotism and reverence. Pattern and exemplar. Peaks and pinnacles. Pedagogue and pedant. Pedantries and affectations. Pedigree and genealogy. Peevishness and spleen. Pellucid and crystal. Penetrating and insidious. Penned and planned. Peppery and impetuous. Perception and recognition. Peremptorily and irrevocably. Perilous and shifting. Permanent and unchangeable. Permeate and purify. Pernicious and malign. Perplexity and confusion. Persistence and reiterated. Personal and specific. Perspicuous and flowing. Perturbed and restless. Perverted and prejudicial. Pessimistic and disenchanted. Pestilence and famine. Petted and indulged. Pettiness and prudence. Petulance and acrimony. Pharisaical and bitter. Pictorial and dramatic. Picturesque and illustrative. Pilgrim and crusader. Pillage and demolish. Piquant and palatable. Pith and brevity. Pitiful and destitute. Place and power. Plagued and persecuted. Plainness and severity. Plaintive and mournful. Plans and projects. Plastic and ductile. Plausibility and humbug. Pleasant and pungent. Pleasurable and wholesome. Pliant and submissive. Plot and verisimilitude. Plunder and sacrilege. Poetical and pastoral. Pointless and ineffective. Polite and elegant. Political and sociological. Pomp and pageantry. Ponderous and unwieldy. Poor and barren. Possession and dominion. Potent and prevailing. Power and luxury. Praise and commend. Precedence and usage. Precision and efficiency. Preference and prejudice. Pregnant and suggestive. Prejudice and predilection. Presence and address. Present and tangible. Prestige and authority. Presumptuous and futile. Pretentious and inept. Pretty and enchanting. Pride and indignation. Primary and essential. Priority and predominance. Probity and candor. Prodigal and careless. Profile and outline. Profound and philosophical. Profuse and tearful. Prolix and tedious. Prominence and importance. Promise and performance. Promptitude and dispatch. Proneness and readiness. Pronounced and diversified. proof and illustration, propensity and desire, proportion and consistency, propriety and delicacy, prostration and loss, protection and safety, protesting and repelling, protracted and fruitless, provincialism and vulgarity, prudent and sagacious, puerile and sickly, puffy and dissipated, puissant and vigorous, punctilious and severe, purity and simplicity, purpose and intention, pusillanimous and petty, puzzled and affected. End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain. Section 51 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. Q. Quackery and incompetence, quaintness and oddity, qualities and gifts, quarrel and wrangle, queer and affected, querulous and plaintive, quibble and fabricate, quickness and agility, quiet and unobtrusive, quintessential and nuclear, quips and cranks, quirks and graces, quivering and fearful, quizzical and whimsical, are racked and oppressed, racy and incisive, rage and apprehension, rank and learning, rant and gush, rapacity and villainy, rapidity and precision, rapt and silent, rapture and enthusiasm, rare and exquisite, rashness and heedlessness, ready and spontaneous, real and positive, realistic and effective, reasonable and practical, rebellion and disloyalty, rebuffs and anxieties, receptive and responsive, recognized and honored, recoil and reaction, reconciliation and peace, recondite and obtruse, reconnoiter and explore, recreation and amusement, rectitude and delicacy, redeeming and transforming, refined and dignified, refreshing and invigorating, regard and esteem, regret and remorse, regular and symmetrical, rejection and scorn, reliable and trustworthy, relief and redress, remarkable and interesting, remorseful and sullen, remote and distant, rend and devastate, repellent and ungracious, repetition and reiteration, repress and silence, repugnance and aversion, repulsive and loathsome, resentment and indignation, reserve and coyness, resistless and implacable, resolution and effort, resonant and tuneful, resourceful and unscrupulous, respected and obeyed, responsibilities and burdens, restive and bored, restless and impatient, retaliation and revenge, reticence and repose, revered and cherished, reverses and disasters, revised and corrected, revolution and sedition, rhapsodies and panegyrics, richness and fertility, ridicule and censure, right and praiseworthy, rigid and inexpressive, ripeness and plenitude, rivals and antagonists, roar and ring, robust and rugged, rococo and affected, romantic and pathetic, rough and barren, roundabout and complicated, roused and stimulated, rude and fiery, rugged and inaccessible, rumors and impressions, rushing and gurgling, rust and disuse. End of section 51. This recording is in the public domain. Section 52 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org, by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. S. Sad and melancholy, sagacity and virtue, sane and simple, sarcastic and cruel, sayings and quibbles, scant and incidental, scattered and desultory, scenes and associations, scholastic and erudite, scientific and exact, scintillating and brilliant, scoffing and unbelief, scope and significance, scorched and shriveled, scorn and loathing, scrupulous and anxious, scrutiny and investigation, searching and irresistible, seared and scorched, secondary and subsidiary, secretive and furtive, sedate and serious, selfish and overbearing, sensational and trivial, senseless and unreasoning, sensibilities and emotions, sensitive and capricious, sententious and tiresome, sentiment and passion, serene and quiet, serious and studious, severe and saturnine, shabbiness and vulgarity, shadowy and confused, shame and mortification, shams and hypocrisies, shaped and sculptured, sharp and vigorous, shelter and safeguard, shifts and compromises, shivering and shattering, shocked and astonished, short and precarious, shreds and tatters, shrewd and diligent, shrill and piercing, shrinking and nervous, shy and subdued, significant and sinister, signs and tokens, silence and obscurity, similarities and resemblances, simple and straightforward, simpletons and nincompoops, sincerity and frankness, sinewy and active, skill and coolness, skulk and shirk, sleek and languid, slight and precarious, slipshod and untidy, slothfulness and perversity, slow and sluggish, slumbering and unsuspected, small and hampered, smirched and tarnished, smoothness and artifice, sneering and sentimental, soberly and truthfully, softness and effeminacy, solemn and dramatic, solitary and idle, solitude and depression, sonorous and musical, sons and scions, soporific and sodden, sordid and stupid, sorrow and lamentation, soulless and mindless, sovereign and independent, spacious and lofty. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Jennifer Dawn. March 5th, 2007, in Duluth, Georgia. Sparkling and spontaneous, spasmodic and hysterical, speedy and inevitable, spicy and pungent, spiritual and invisible, spiteful and sordid, splash and dash, splendor and spontaneity and intensity, supportive and playful, sprightly and vigorous, spur and impulse, spurious and misleading, squalid and dismal, stare and gasp, stately and ponderous, statesmanship and character, staunch and influential, stay and solace, steadfast and resolute, steadily and patiently, stealthy and hostile, stern and unbending, stiff and cumbersome, stifling and venomous, still and translucent, stimulating and wholesome, stings and stimulants, stir and tumult, stolid and soulless, strain and struggle, strange and incomprehensible, stratagems and plots, strenuous and energetic, strictly and absolutely, strife and contention, striking and picturesque, strong and youthful, structure and organization, struggles and misgivings, studied and artificial, stunned and insensible, stupor and despair, sturdy and manly, style and temperament, suave and winning, sublime and aspiring, submission and patience, subordinate and dependent, substance and basis, subtle and elusive, suddenness and vehemence, suffering and desperation, suffused and transfigured, suggestions and stimulations, sullen and fierce, summarize and epitomize, sumptuous and aromatic, sunshine and smiles, superb and showing, supercilious and obstinate, superficial and obvious, superfluous and impertinent, suppressed and restrained, surmises and suggestions, surprise and wonder, susceptibility and vulnerability, suspense and excitement, suspicion and innuendo, sustained and measured, sweet and wholesome, swelled and bloated, swift and stealthy, swoop and range, symbolism and imagery, sympathetic and consoling. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 54 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts. T. Taciturn and laconic. Tactful and conciliatory. Talkative and effusive. Tame and insipid. Tangible and sufficient. Tangled and shapeless. Tardy and belated. Tartness and contradiction. Taste and elegance. Tattle and babble. Taunt and reproach. Tawdry and penurious. Tears and lamentations. Tedious and trivial. temperament and taste, temperately and judiciously, tempest and violence, temporal and evanescent, tenacity and coherence, tender and emotional, tense and straining, tentative and experimental, terrible and satanical, testiness and crabbedness, thankfulness and acknowledgement, theories and speculations, thorough and effective, threatening and formidable, thriftless and unenterprising, thrilling and vitalizing, ties and associations, time and opportunity, timid and vacillating, tiresome and laborious, tolerant and kindly, tone and treatment, topics and instances, tormented and tantalized, tortuous and twisted, tottering and hopeless, touched and thrilled, tractable and gracious, traditions and practices, training and temperament, tranquility and benevolence, transfuse and irradiate, transitory and temporary, transparent and comprehensible, treacherous and cowardly, tremble and oscillate, trenchant and straightforward, trials and tribulations, tricks and stratagems, trifling and doubtful, trite and commonplace, trivial and ridiculous, troublous and menacing, truisms and trivialities, trust and confidence, truth and righteousness, turbid and noisome, turgid and bombastic, turmoil and shouting, twisted and perverted, type and forerunner, tyrant and oppressor. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts.
Section 55 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of May 2007. Unaccountable and grotesque, unaffected and undented, unapproached and unapproachable, unassuming and unpretending, unchangeable and enduring, unconsciously and innocently, uncouth and barbarous, unconscious and irresistible, undeveloped and ignorant, undignified and futile, uneasiness and apprehension, uneducated and inexperienced, unfamiliar and distant, unfettered and vigorous, unforced and unchecked, unfortunate and unparalleled, unfounded and incredible, ungracious and reluctant, unhappiness and discomfort, unique and original, unity and completeness, unjust and ungrateful, unlimited and absolute, unnatural and harmful, unobserved and unsuspected, unobtrusive and tactful, unparalleled and inexhaustible, unpleasant and bewildering, unpopular and unimpressive, unprecedented and objectionable, unpremeditated and heartfelt, unpromising and scanty, unprotected and friendless, unreal and unsubstantial, unreasoning and uncompromising, unrecognized and unrewarded, unseemly and insufferable, unseen and unsuspected, unsmiling and critical, unswerving and unfaltering, unthinking and careless, untutored and infantine, unusual and unexpected, unuttered and unutterable, unwholesome and vile, upright and credible, uproar and confusion, upstart and braggart, urbanity and unction, utter and disastrous, vacillation and uncertainty, vogue and indistinct, vain and profitless, validity and value, vanities and vices, vapory and chaotic, varied and animated, varnish and falsehood, vassals and inferiors, vast and superlative, vehement and clamorous, veiled and unreadable, venality and corruption, venerable and interesting, veracity and vitality, verbally and literally, versatility and sympathy, vexation and angsty, vibrating and sonorous, views and experiences, vigilant and inflexible, vigorous and graphic, violent and ill-balanced, virtuous and wise, virulence and invective, visible and apparent, visionary and obscure, vistas and backgrounds, vital and vigorous, vitiate and poison, vitupration and abuse, vivacious and agreeable, vivid and varied, void and nothingness, volatile and fiery, volubly and exuberantly, volume and impetus, voluminous and varied, voluntarily and habitually, vulgar and artificial. End of section 55. This recording is in public domain.
Section 056 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Autumn, July 5th, 2007, Sanford, Maine. W. Wandering and erratic. Wanton and unnecessary. War and revelry. Warp and woof. wasteful and circuitous, waxing and waning, weak and perfidious, wealth and distinction, wearisome and dull, weighed and winnowed, weighty and dominant, weird and fantastic, wheezing and puffing, whims and inconsistencies, wholesome and beautiful, holy and solely, wicked and malicious, widened and amplified, wild and irregular, wily and observant, winking and blinking, winning and unforced, wise and beneficent, wistful and dreamy, wit and jocularity, withered and wan, woe and lamentation, wonder and delight, work and utility, worldly and ambitious, worth and excellence, wrath and menace, wretched and suppliant. Why? Yearning and eagerness, yielding and obedience, yoke and bondage, young and fragile, youthful and callow. Z. Zeal and vehemence, zenith and climax, zest and freshness, zigzag and deviating. End of section 056. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Ruth Golding. Section 3. Felicitous Phrases. A. Ability, humour, and perspicacity. Perspicacity equals perceptive. Abrupt, rough, and immoderate. Abstruse, metaphysical, and idealistic. Abundant, varied, and vigorous. Accessible, knowable, and demonstrable. Accomplished, inventive, and deft-fingered. Accuracy, ease, and grace. Acquire, classify, and arrange. Action, incident, and interest. Active, learned, and liberal. Acts, activities, and aims. Actual, stern, and pathetic. Acuteness, honesty, and fearlessness. Addition, correction, and amplification. Adventurous, eager, and afraid. Affected, pedantic, and vain. Pedantic equals attention to detail or rules. Affluent, genial, and frank. Aggressive, envious, and arrogant. Agreeable, engaging, and delightful. Air, woodland, and water. Alarmed, anxious, and uneasy. Alert, hopeful, and practical. Amazement, resentment, and indignation. Ambiguous, strange, and sinister. Amiable, genial, and charitable. Amusing, sympathetic, and interesting. Ancient, subtle, and treacherous. Annoyances, shifts, and inconveniences. Anxious, fearful, and anticipative. Appearance, conversation, and bearing. Approbation, wealth, and power. Approbation equals warm approval, praise. Apt, explicit, and communicative. Ardent, undisciplined, and undirected. Arrogance, conceit, and disdain. Artificial, rhetorical, and mundane. Artistic, progressive, and popular. Aspirations, dreams, and devotions. Assured, stern, and judicial. Astonishment, apprehension, and horror. Attainments, possessions, and character. Attention, forbearance, and patience. Attract, interest, and persuade. Augmenting, furthering, and reinforcing. Austere, calm, and sombre. Authority, leadership, and command. Avarice, pride, and revenge. Awakened, girded, and active. Awe, reverence and adoration, awkwardness, narrowness, and self-consciousness. B. Barbarous, shapeless, and irregular, beautiful, graceful, and accomplished, beggar, thief, and impostor, belittling, personal, and selfish, birth, rank, and fortune, bitter, baleful, and venomous, bland, patient, and methodical, blessing, bestowing, and welcoming, blind, partial, and prejudiced, blithe, innocent, and free, bluster, swagger, and might, body, soul, and mind, boisterous, undignified, and vulgar, bold, original, and ingenious, bombastic, incongruous, and unsymmetrical, bountiful, exuberant, and luxurious, brain, energy, and enterprise, brave, authoritative, and confident, breadth, richness, and freshness, breathless, confused, and exhilarated, brief, isolated, and fragmentary, brilliancy, energy, and zeal, broad, spare, and athletic, broken, apologetic, and confused, brotherhood, humanity, and chivalry, brusqueness, rudeness, and self-assertion, brutish, repulsive, and terrible, busy, active, and toiling. End of section 57. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Section 58 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Greenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of July 2007. Calculated, logical, and dispassionate. Calm, earnest, and genial. Candor, integrity, and straightforwardness. Capricious, perverse, and prejudiced. Careful, reasoned, and courteous. Cautious, prudent, and decisive. Cavilling, petulance, and discontent. Censored, slighted, and despised. Certain, swift, and final. Chance, doubt, and mutability. Character, life, and aims. Charitable, just, and true. Charm, grace, and glory. Cheerful, modest, and delicate. Childish, discordant, and superfluous. Chill, harden, and repel. Circumstances, properties, and characteristics. Civilized, mild, and humane. Clear, cloudless, and serene. Cleverness, independence, and originality. Coarseness, violence, and cunning. Coherent, interdependent, and logical. Cold, cynical, and relentless. Color, intensity, and vivacity. Comfort, virtue, and happiness. Comments, criticisms, and judgments. Common, dull, and threadbare. Compact, determinate, and engaging. Conceited, commonplace, and uninspiring. Conception, direction, and organization. Confident, inflexible, and uncontrollable. Conflict, confusion, and disintegration. Confused, broken, and fragmentary. Conscience, heart, and life. Conscientious, clear-headed, and accurate. Consistent, thoughtful, and steadfast. Counseling, pacifying, and beginning. Constant, wise, and sympathetic. Constitution, temperament, and habits. Convince, convert, and reconstruct. Copious, redundant, and involved. Corroding, venomous, and malignant, corrupt, self-seeking, and dishonest, countenance, voice, and manner, country, lake, and mountain, courage, patience, and honesty, courteous, patient, and indefatigable, covetousness, selfishness, and ignorance, credulous, weak, and superstitious, crimes, follies, and misfortunes, crisp, emphatic, and powerful, crude, rapt, and barren, cruelty, violence, and injustice, culture, growth, and progress, cunning, cruelty, and treachery, curious, fantastic, and charming. End of reading. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Section 59 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Greenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of July, 2007. Danger, difficulty, and hardship. Darkness, doubt, and difficulty. Dazzle, amaze, and overpower. Deadly, silent, and inaccessible. Deceitful, lazy, and dishonest. Decent, respectable, and sensible. Decisions, affirmations, and denials. Deep, flexible, and melodious. Defeated, discredited, and despised. Differential, conciliatory, and courteous. Definite, tangible, and practicable. Deftness, delicacy, and veracity. Degraded, defeated, and emasculated. Dejected, discouraged, and disappointed. Deliberately, coolly, and methodically. Delicate, mobile, and complex. Delightful, witty, and sensible. Denounced, persecuted, and revealed. Dependent, subsidiary, and allied. Depth, tenderness, and sublimity. Desolated, impoverished, and embittered. Despair, finality, and hopelessness. Detailed, described, and explained. Devastating, horrible, and irremediable. Devout, gentle, and kindly. Difficult, painful, and slow. Digestion, circulation, and assimilation. Dignity, solemnity, and responsibility. Diligent, courteous, and painstaking. Dingy, cumbersome, and depressing. Directness, spontaneity, and simplicity. Disciplined, drilled, and trained. Discontent, revolt, and despair. Discordant, coarse, and unpleasing. Discourses, lectures, and harangues. Dishevelled, wild, and distracted. Disinterested, painted, and exact. Dislikes, jealousies, and ambitions. Dismal, cold, and dead. Dismay, remorse, and anguish. Disordered, wild, and incoherent. Dispassionate, wise, and intelligent. Disposition, taste, and temperament. Dissension, discord, and rebellion. Distracted, hopeless, and bankrupt. Disturbed, shaken, and distressed. Diversified, animated, and rapid. Division, prejudice, and antagonism. Doctrine, life, and destiny. Dogmatic, scientific, and philosophic. Doubt, cynicism, and indifference. Draggled, dirty, and slouching. Dramatic, picturesque, and vigorous. Dream, speculate, and philosophize. Drunkenness, licentiousness, and profanity. Dry, inane, and droll. Dull, hideous, and arid. The lairds, hypocrites, and cowards. Dust, turmoil, and smoke. Duties, labours, and annexes. Dwarfed, scant, enriched. End of reading.
Section 60 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Sandra Zera. E. Eagerness, heartiness, and vehemence. Earnestness, zeal, and intelligence. Ease, power, and self-confidence. Easy, natural, and unembarrassed. Affluent, radiating, and fructifying. Egotistic, disdainful, and proud. Elegant, convincing, and irresistible. Emotion, affection, and desire. Empty, noisy, and blundering. End, aim, and purpose. Energies, capacities, and opportunities. Enlighten, uplift, and strengthen. Enmity, suspicion, and hatred. Enrich, discipline, and embellish. Enthusiasm, vehemence, and spirit. Envy, jealousy, and malice. Equable, animated, and alert. Erect, elastic, and graceful. Error, ignorance, and strife. Essence, existence, and identity. Esteem, confidence, and affection. Evil, disease, and death. Exact, logical, and convincing. Examine, compare, and decide. Excessive, inaccurate, and unliterary. Excitements, interests, and responsibilities. Experience, knowledge, and conduct. Exposure, ruin, and flight. Exterior, formal, and imposing. F. Faded, dusty, and unread. Failures, experiences, and ambitions. Fair, proud, and handsome. Fairies, sprites, and angels. Faith, hope, and love. False, wicked, and disloyal. Fantastic, absurd, and impossible. Fear, dread, and apprehension. Features, form, and height. Feeble, illogical, and vicious. Feelings, motives, and desires. Fertility, ingenuity, and resource. Fervently, patiently, and persistently. Fibs, myths, and fables. Fierce, dogmatic, and bigoted. Figure, face, and attitude. Fire, force, and passion. Flit, change, and vary. Flushed, trembling, and unstrung. Foibles, tricks, and fads. Foliage, color, and symmetry. Follies, fashions, and infatuations. Foolish, ignorant, and unscrupulous. Force, grace, and symmetry. Forcible, extraordinary, and sublime. Foremost, preeminent, and incomparable. Foresight, prudence, and economy. Form, color, and distance. Formless, silent, and awful. Forward, onward, and upward. Frank, kindly, and unfaltering. Free, equal, and just. Freedom, honor, and dignity. Fresh, vigorous, and telling. Fretfulness, irritability, and petulance. Friendly, amiable, and sincere. Frigid, austere, and splendid. Fruitful, luminous, and progressive. Full, animated, and varied. Fullness, force, and precision. furious, sanguinary, and disorganizing. Fashion, padding, and irrelevancy. End of section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org on November 28, 2006 by Brian Lojek of WhatBrianThinks.com. G. Gaunt, desolate, and despoiled. Gay, easy, and cordial. Generous, large-hearted, and magnanimous. Genial, frank, and confiding. Genius, learning, and virtue. Gentle, firm, and loving. Genuineness, disinterestedness, and strength. Germinate, develop, and radiate. Gesture, accent, and attitude. Ghastly, hateful, and ugly. Jibes, sneers, and anger. Gifts, graces, and accomplishments. Gladness, exultation, and triumph. Glean, gather, and digest. Gloomy, silent, and tranquil. Glow, grace, and pleasantness. Good, gentle, and affectionate. Gorgeous, still, and warm. Grace, simplicity, and sweetness. Gracious, mild, and good. Gradual, cautious, and well-reasoned. Gratitude, happiness, and affection. Grave, disastrous, and wanton. Gravity, sweetness, and patience. Gray, monotonous, and uninteresting. Great, grand, and mighty. Greed, lust, and cruelty. Grim, lean, and hungry. Gross, ignorant, and impudent. Growth, progress, and extension. Guide, philosopher, and friend. H. Habits, tastes, and opinions. Hard, stern, and inexorable. Harmony, peace, and happiness. Harsh, intolerant, and austere. Health, character, and efficiency. Helpful, suggestive, and inspiring. Helpless, hopeless, and downtrodden. High, lofty, and noble. High-spirited, confident, and genial. History, philosophy, and eloquence. Homage, ability, and culture. Honesty, probity, and justice. Honors, riches, and power. Hopes, aspirations, and longings. Hot, swift, and impatient. Humanity, freedom, and justice. Humble, submissive, and serviceable. Humor, fancy, and susceptibility. This is the end of section 61. This recording is in the public domain. Section 62 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org on November 28, 2006 by Brian Lojek of WhatBrianThinks.com. I. Idle, profuse, and profligate. Ignorance, fear, and selfishness. Illuminating, chastening, and transforming. Images, events, and incidents. Imagination, judgment, and reason. Immediate, sure, and easy. Immethodical, irregular, and inconsecutive. Impatient, inconsiderate, and self-willed. Impetuous, fierce, and irresistible. Impracticable, chimerical, and contemptible. Impulse, energy, and activity. Inclinations, habits, and interests. Incoherent, loud, and confusing. incomparable, matchless, and immortal, inconsiderate, irritable, and insolent, indignation, surprise, and reproach, indirect, obscure, and ambiguous, indolent, dreamy, and frolicsome, inert, torpid, and lethargic, ingenuity, force, and originality, innocence, intelligence, and youth, inordinate, excessive, and extravagant, insight, knowledge, and capacity, insincere, partial, and arbitrary, insipid, commonplace, and chattering, insolence, injustice, and imposture, intelligence, taste, and manners, intense, weighty, and philosophical, inventions, sciences, and discoveries, irksome, painful, and depressing, irresolute, procrastinating, and unenterprising, irritable, sulky, and furious, issues, hopes, and interests. J. Jealousy, exclusiveness, and taciturnity. Jovial, ready-witted, and broad-gauged, joyous, delightful, and gay, justice, mercy, and peace. K. Keen, clear, and accurate, knowing, feeling, and willing, knowledge, skill, and foresight. L. Labors, anxieties, and trials, large, rhythmical, and pleasing, laughter, ridicule, and sneers, lead, attack, and conquer, learning, profundity, and imagination, legislation, education, and religion, levity, indolence, and procrastination, libelers, reviewers, and rivals, liberating, vitalizing, and cheering, liberty, justice, and humanity, light, easy, and playful, literature, history, and legend, lively, careless, and joyous, lofty, serene, and impregnable, logical, clear, and consistent, loitering, heartsick, and reluctant, lonely, sad, and enslaved, long, wailing, and passionate, lost, ruined, and deserted, loud, deep, and distinct, love, veneration, and gratitude, lucid, lively, and effective, luxurious, whimsical, and selfish. End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 63 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Justin Barrett on November 29, 2006 in Forney, Texas. Magnificent, sumptuous, and stately. Magnitude, duration, and scope. Majesty, beauty, and truth. Malevolence, vanity, and falsehood. Manly, refined, and unaffected. Mean, pitiful, and sordid. Meek, humane, and temperate. Melancholy, grave, and serious. Mercy, truth, and righteousness. Methodical, sensible, and conscientious. Might, majesty, and power. Mild, sweet, and peaceable. Mischief, cruelty, and futility. Moans, shrieks, and curses. Mobile, quick, and sensitive. Modest, sympathetic, and kind. Molding, controlling, and conforming. Monstrous, incredible, and inhuman. Moral, material, and social. Motionless, staring, and appalled. Motives, purposes, and intentions. Mountains, seas, and vineyards. Moved, swayed and ruled. Murder, destruction, and agony. Mystery, vagueness, and jargon. N. Narrow, precise, and formal. Natural, innocent, and laudable. Neatness, order, and comfort. Necessary, just, and logical. Neglect, rashness, and incompetence. New, strange, and unusual. Niggardly, sordid, and parsimonious. Noble, laudable, and good. Noise, clatter, and clamor. Null, void, and useless. O. Obscure, difficult, and subtle. Observation, discrimination, and comparison. Obsolete, artificial, and inadequate. Obstinacy, stupidity, and willfulness. Officious, fidgety, and talkative. Old, absurd, and meaningless. One, individual, and integral. Openly, frankly, and legitimately. Opposition, bitterness, and defiance. Oppressive, grasping, and slanderous. Opulent, powerful, and prosperous. Organization, monopoly, and pressure. Origin, character, and aim. Original, terse, and vigorous. Overriding, arrogant, and quarrelsome. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 64 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by William Hazeltine on December 19, 2006, in Memphis, Tennessee. P. Pain, toil, and privation. Pale, ugly, and sinister. Parable, precept, and practice. Partial, false, and disastrous. Passion, tenderness, and reverence. Patient, gentle, and kind. Peace, order, and civilization. Pellucid, animated, and varied. Permanent, true, and real. Perplexed, tedious, and obscure. Personal, sharp, and pointed. Perspicuity, vivacity, and grace. Pert, smirking, and conceited. Pervading, searching, and saturating. Petty, unsuccessful, and unamiable. Philosophy, morals, and discoveries. Picturesque, daring, and potent. Piety, charity, and humility. Pillage, arson, and bloodshed. Pious, patient, and trustful. Pity, sympathy, and compassion. Placeable, reasonable, and willing. Place, fame, and fortune. Placid, clear, and mellow. Plague, pestilence, and famine. Plan, purpose, and work. Pleasant, friendly, and amiable. Pleased, interested, and delighted. Pleasure, enjoyment, and satisfaction. Plenty, content, and tranquility. Plodding, sedentary, and laborious. Poise, dignity, and reserve. Polished, elegant, and sumptuous. Politics, business, and religion. Pompous, affected, and unreal. Poor, miserable, and helpless. Pose, gesture, and expression. Powerful, dazzling, and daring. Practical, visible, and tangible. Precious, massive, and splendid. Precise, formal, and cynical. Prejudice, dullness, and spite. Prepossessions, opinions, and prejudices. Presiding, directing, and controlling. Pride, passion, and conceit. Princely, picturesque, and pathetic. Principles, conducts, and habits. progress, order, and happiness. Prolonged, obstinate, and continued. Prompt, fiery, and resolute. Propriety, perspicacity, and accuracy. Prosaic, dull, and unattractive. Protective, proprietary, and accommodating. Protests, criticisms, and rebukes. Proud, reserved, and disagreeable. Prudence, mildness, and firmness. Puckered, winking, and doddering. Pure, honorable, and just. Purge, brace, and strengthen. Purpose, intention, and meaning. Puzzles, tangles, and questionings. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Rohanna Green on July 7, 2007, in Toronto, Canada. Q. Quarrels, misunderstandings, and enmities. Questions, disputes, and controversies. Quicken, sharpen, and intensify. Quiet, unaffected, and unostentatious. R. Raise, refine, and elevate. Rapid, robust, and effective. Rapt, emotional, and mystic. Raptures, transports, and fancies. Rash, violent, and indefinite. Readiness, skill, and accuracy. Reading, reflection, and observation. Reaffirmed, amplified, and maintained. Real, earnest, and energetic. Regard, esteem, and affection. Relaxation, recreation, and pleasure. Religion, politics, and literature. Reminiscences, associations, and impressions. Remote, careless, and indifferent. Reparations, restitutions, and guarantees. Repress, curb, and correct. Reproach, shame, and remorse. Reproof, correction, and instruction. Resentment, hatred, and despair. Resolute, patient, and fervent. Resourceful, steadfast, and skillful. Respect, admiration, and homage. Rest, respite, and peace. Restless, discontented, and rebellious. Restraint, self-denial, and austerity. Reticent, restrained, and reserved. Reverie, contemplation, and loneliness. Rich, thoughtful, and glowing. Ridicule, sarcasm, and invective. Rights, powers, and privileges. Rise, flourish, and decay. Robustness, elasticity, and firmness. Romance, adventure, and passion. Rough, barren, and unsightly. Rude, sulky, and overbearing. Rush, roar, and shriek. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 66 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by William Hasseltine on December 19, 2006, in Memphis, Tennessee. S. Sacredness, dignity, and loveliness. Sad, gloomy, and suspicious. Safe, sensible, and sane. Sanguine, impulsive, and irrepressible. Sarcasm, satire, and ridicule. Satiety, surfeit, and tedium. Savage, fierce, and intractable. Scheming, contriving, and dishonesty. Self-absorbed, conceited, and contemptuous. Self-conscious, artificial, and affected. Self-exacting, laborious, and inexhaustible. Selfishness, coarseness, and mendacity. Sense, grace, and goodwill. Sensibility, harmony, and energy. Sensitive, ardent, and conscientious. Serene, ineffable, and flawless. Serious, calm, and searching. Settled, adjusted, and balanced. Shallow, false, and petty. Shapes, forms, and artifices. Sharpness, bitterness, and sarcasm. shivering, moaning, and weeping, shrewd, artful, and designing, shy, wild, and provocative, sick, ashamed, and disillusioned, silent, cold, and motionless, simple, full, and impressive, sin, selfishness, and luxury, sincere, placeable, and generous, skill, sagacity, and firmness, sleekness, stealth, and savagery, slovenly, base, and untrue, slow, reluctant, and unwelcome, smirking, garrulous, and pretentious, smooth, sentimental, and harmonious, smug, fat, and complacent, sneers, innuendos, and insinuations, social, aesthetic, and intellectual, solitary, sedentary, and lifeless, sound, human, and healthy, sour, malignant, and envious, spacious, clean, and comfortable, speechless, motionless, and amazed, spirit, vigor, and variety, spitefulness, dishonesty, and cruelty, splendid, powerful, and enduring, startling, alarming, and vehement, statesmen, philosophers, and divines, steadiness, self-control, and serenity, stern, forbidding, and unfeeling, stiff, decorous, and formal, strained, worn, and haggard, strange, dark, and mysterious, strengthen, invigorate, and discipline, strenuous, intelligent, and alive, striking, bold, and magnificent, stripped, swept, and bare, strong, cool, and inflexible, studied, discussed, and debated, sturdy, energetic, and high-minded, style, manner, and disposition, subtle, delicate, and refined, successful, energetic, and ingenious, sudden, vehement, and unfamed, suggestive, stimulating, and inspiring, sullen, silent, and disconsolate, suppliant, gentle, and submissive, surprise, admiration, and wonder, suspicious, restive, and untractable, swiftness, mobility, and penetrativeness, sympathy, service, and compassion. End of section 66. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Section 67 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for librivox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of July 2007. Talent, scholarship, and refinement. Tameness, monotony, and reserve. Taste, feeling, and sentiment. Tedious, painful, and distressing. Temper, pride, and sensuality. Temperament, character, and circumstances. Temperate, sweet, and venerable. Tenderness, loyalty, and devotion. Terror, remorse, and shame. Terseness, simplicity, and quietness. Theatrical, sensational, and demonstrative. Thought, utterness, and action. Threats, cries, and prayers. Thrilling, dramatic, and picturesque. Thwart, criticize, and embarrass. Time, thought, and consideration. Touched, strengthened, and transformed. Tradition, prejudice, and stupidity. Tragic, tremendous, and horrible. Transparent, theatric, and insincere. Treachery, envy, and selfishness. Tremulous, soft, and bright. Trial, discipline, and temptation. Tricks, shufflings, and frauds. Trivial, labored, and wearisome. True, elastic, and beneficial. Tyranny, injustice, and extortion. Ugly, scowling, and offensive. Unbending, contemptuous, and scornful. unclean, shameful, and degrading, undecided, wavering, and cautious, unearthly, horrible, and obnoxious, uneasy, overstrained, and melancholy, unity, emphasis, and coherence, unmodulated, cold, and expressionless, unphilosophical, unsystematic, and discursive, unscrupulous, heartless, and hypocritical, unwholesome, bewildering, and unprofitable, unworldly, peaceable, and philosophical, upright, kind-hearted, and blameless, urgent, tumultuous, and incomprehensible, vague, impalpable, and incongruous, vanities, stupidities, and falsehoods, venerable, patriotic, and virtuous, verities, certainties, and realities, vigilant, inveterate, and unresting, vigorous, subtle, and comprehensive, violent, sinister, and rebellious, virtue, genius, and charm, visionary, fraudulent, and empirical, vital, formidable, and dominant, vivid, comprehensible, and striking, vulgarity, ignorance, and misapprehension, waddling, perspiring, and breathless, want, worry, and woe, wasteful, indolent, and evasive, watchful, suspicious, and timid, wealth, position, and influence, wearied, despondent, and bewildered, weight, size, and solidity, well-proportioned, logical, and sane, whimsical, fantastic, and impracticable, wholesome, beautiful, and righteous, wicked, pernicious, and degrading, wild, confused, and dizzy, willful, wanton, and deliberate, will, energy, and self-control, wisdom, patriotism, and justice, wit, fancy, and imagination, worthless, broken, and defeated, richness, deformity, and malice, wrinkled, careworn, and pale. End of reading.
Section 68 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, United Kingdom. Section 4. Impressive Phrases. A. Able, skillful, thorough, and genuine. Absolute, complete, unqualified, and final. Accurate, precise, exact, and truthful. Active, alert, vigorous, and industrious. Actual, positive, certain, and genuine. Adequate, uniform, proportionate, and equitable. Adventurous, fine, active, and gossipy. Adverse, antagonistic, unfriendly, and hostile. Advisable, advantageous, acceptable, and expedient. Affable, diffident, humble, and mild. Affectionate, tender, loving, and attached. Affluent, opulent, abundant, and ample. Allurements, pits, snares, and torments. Anger, indignation, resentment, and rage. Animate, impel, instigate, and embolden. Animosity, malice, enmity, and hatred. Annul, frustrate, reverse, and destroy. Anxiety, caution, watchfulness, and solicitude. Apparent, ostensible, plausible, and specious. Appropriate, use, arrogate, and usurp. Approval, enthusiasm, sympathy, and applause. Aptitude, capacity, efficiency, and power. arbitrary, dictatorial, domineering, and imperious. Architecture, sculpture, painting, and poetry. Ardent, impatient, keen, and vehement. Argue, discuss, dispute, and prove. Arrangement, place, time, and circumstance. Art, science, knowledge, and culture. Artful, wily, insincere, and disingenuous. Artificial, soulless, hectic, and unreal. Assemble, amass, accumulate, and acquire. Assiduity, tenderness, industry, and vigilance. Assurance, persuasion, fidelity, and loyalty. Attention, effort, diligence, and assiduity. August, magnanimous, important, and distinguished. Authoritative, independent, arbitrary, and supreme. Avaricious, grasping, miserly, and parsimonious. Aversion, dislike, hatred, and repugnance. B. Bad, vivacious, unwholesome, and distressing. Babble, prate, chatter, and prattle. Barbarous, brutal, inhuman, and cruel. Base, cowardly, abject, and hideous. Battle, defeat, frustrate, and ruin. Bearing, deportment, manner, and behaviour. Beg, entreat, implore, and supplicate. Beliefs, doctrines, ceremonies, and practices. Boorish, clownish, rude, and uncultivated. Boundless, immeasurable, unlimited, and infinite. Bravery, courage, fearlessness, and confidence. Breadth, knowledge, vision, and power. Brilliant, beautiful, elegant, and faithful. Broaden, enlarge, extend, and augment. Business, profession, occupation, and vocation. End of section 68. This recording is in the public domain. Section 69 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. C. Candid, sincere, familiar, and ingenuous. Captious, petulant, peevish, and splenetic. Cautious, discreet, considerate, and provident. Certain, confident, positive, and unquestionable. Chagrin, vexation, irritation, and mortification. Character, disposition, temperament, and reputation. Charm, fascinate, bewitch, and captivate. Cheap, inexpensive, inferior, and common. Cheer, animate, vivify, and exhilarate. Chiefly, particularly, principally, and especially. Childhood, youth, manhood, and age. Circumstance, condition, environment, and surroundings. Claim, grab, trick, and compel. Clean, fastidious, frugal, and refined. Clear, distinct, obvious, and intelligible. Clumsy, crawling, snobbish, and comfort-loving. Coarse, gross, offensive, and nauseous. Coax, flatter, wheedle, and persuade. Cogitate, contemplate, meditate, and ponder. Cold, frigid, unfeeling, and stoical. Commanding, authoritative, imperative, and peremptory. Compassion, goodwill, admiration, and enthusiasm. Confirm, establish, sustain, and strengthen. Conform, submit, obey, and satisfy. Confuse, distort, involve, and misinterpret. Consistent, congruous, firm, and harmonious. Cool, collected, calm, and self-possessed. copious, commanding, sonorous, and emotional. Cowardly, timid, shrinking, and timorous. Crazy, absurd, nonsensical, and preposterous. Crude, rough, jagged, and pitiless. D. Daring, cordial, discerning, and optimistic. Darkness, dimness, dullness, and blackness. Deadly, destructive, fatal, and implacable. Deceit, delusion, treachery, and sham. Deep, abstruse, learned, and profound. Deficient, inadequate, scanty, and incomplete. Define, explain, determine, and circumscribe. Degrade, defame, humble, and debase. Delicacy, daintiness, tact, and refinement. Delicious, sweet, palatable, and delightful. Democracy, equality, justice, and freedom. Deny, dismiss, exclude, and repudiate. Deprive, dispossess, divest, and despoil. Describe, delineate, depict, and characterize. Designed, contrived, planned, and executed. Desperate, extreme, reckless, and irremediable. Despicable, abject, servile, and worthless. Destructive, detrimental, deleterious, and subversive. Desultory, discursive, loose, and unmethodical. Detestable, abominable, horrible, and hideous. Developed, revealed, measured, and tested. Difference, disagreement, discord, and estrangement. Difficult, arduous, intricate, and perplexing. Diffuse, discursive, rambling, and wordy. Diligence, attention, industry, and assiduity. Disagreement, discrepancy, difference, and divergence. Disconsolate, desolate, pessimistic, and impossible. Discrimination, acuteness, insight, and judgment. Disgust, distaste, loathing, and abhorrence. Dissatisfied, rebellious, unsettled, and satirical. Distinct, definite, clear, and obvious. Distinguished, glorious, illustrious, and eminent. Disturbed, shaken, distressed, and bewildered. Docile, tractable, compliant, and teachable. Dogmatic, bigoted, libellous, and unsympathizing. Doubt, indecision, suspense, and perplexity. Dread, disgust, repugnance, and dreariness. Dreary, dispirited, unhappy, and peevish. Dry, lifeless, tiresome, and uninteresting. Dubious, equivocal, fluctuating, and uncertain. Dull, heavy, painstaking, and conscientious. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain. Section 70 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. E. Earth, air, stars, and sea. Efficient, forcible, adequate, and potent. Emaciated, scraggy, meagre, and attenuated. Ceaseless, immutable, and imperishable. Energy, eagerness, earnestness, and enthusiasm. Enhance, exalt, elevate, and intensify. Enormous, base, prodigious, and colossal. Enrage, incense, infuriate, and exasperate. Enthusiasm, devotion, intensity, and zeal. Envy, discontent, deception, and ignorance. Equitable, reasonable, just, and honest. Equivocal, uncertain, cloudy, and ambiguous. Eradicate, extirpate, exterminate, and annihilate. Erroneous, faulty, inaccurate, and inexact. Eternal, unchangeable, unerring, and intelligent. Evil, misfortune, corruption, and disaster. Exacting, suspicious, irritable, and wayward. Exalt, dignify, elevate, and extol. Examination, inquiry, scrutiny, and research. Exceed, outdo, surpass, end. Exceptional, uncommon, abnormal, and extraordinary. Excitement, distraction, diversion, and stimulation. Exhaustive, thorough, radical, and complete. Expend, dissipate, waste, and squander. F. Facile, showy, cheap, and superficial. Faithful, truthful, loyal, and trustworthy. Fame, distinction, dignity, and honour. Fanatic, enthusiast, visionary, and zealot. Fanciful, unreal, fantastic, and grotesque. Fancy, humour, vagary, and caprice. Fashion, practice, habit, and usage. Fastidious, proud, gracious, and poised. Fate, fortune, contingency, and opportunity. Fatuous, dreamy, moony, and impracticable. Fear, timidity, cowardice, and pusillanimity. Feeble, languid, timid, and irresolute. Ferocious, restive, savage, and uncultivated. Fervent, enthusiastic, anxious, and zealous. Fiction, fancy, falsehood, and fabrication. Fine, fragile, delicate, and dainty. Firmness, steadfastness, stability, and tenacity. Flash, flame, flare, and glare. Flat, insipid, tame, and monotonous. Fluctuating, hesitating, vacillating, and oscillating. Folly, foolishness, imbecility, and fatuity. Foolhardy, hasty, adventurous, and reckless. Fop, coxcomb, puppy, and jackanapes. Force, vigour, power, and energy. Formal, precise, stiff, and methodical. Fortunate, happy, prosperous, and successful. Fragile, frail, brittle, and delicate. Freedom, familiarity, liberty, and independence. Frightful, fearful, direful, and dreadful. Frivolous, trifling, petty, and childish. Fruitful, fertile, prolific, and productive. Fruitless, vain, trivial, and foolish. Frustrate, defeat, disappoint, and thwart. Fully, completely, abundantly, and perfectly. Furious, impetuous, boisterous, and vehement. G. Gaiety, merriment, joy, and hilarity. Gallant, ardent, fearless, and self-sacrificing. Garnish, embellish, beautify, and decorate. Generous, candid, easy, and independent. Genius, intellect, aptitude, and capacity. Genteel, refined, polished, and well-bred. Gentle, persuasive, effective, and simple. Genuine, true, unaffected, and sincere. Ghastly, grim, shocking, and hideous. Jibe, mock, taunt, and jeer. Giddy, fickle, flighty, and thoughtless. Gleam, glimmer, glance, and glitter. Gloomy, dismal, dark, and dejected. Glorious, noble, exalted, and resplendent. Glut, gorge, cloy, and satiate. Good, safe, venerable, and solid. Government, law, order, and organisation. Grand, stately, dignified, and pompous. Grave, contemplative, reserved, and profound. Great, joyous, strong, and triumphant. Greed, avarice, covetousness, and cupidity. Gross, academic, vulgar, and indiscriminate. End of section 70. This recording is in the public domain. Section 71 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. H. Habit, custom, method and fashion. Handsome, exquisite, brilliant and accomplished. Harmless, innocent, innocuous and inoffensive. Harmony, order, sublimity and beauty. Harsh, discordant, disagreeable and ungracious. Hasty, superficial, impatient and desultory. Healed, soothed, consoled and assuaged. Healthy, hale, sound and wholesome. Heavy, sluggish, dejected and crushing. High-minded, truthful, honest and courageous. Holy, hallowed, sacred and consecrated. Homely, hideous, horrid and unsightly. Honour, obedience, virtue and loyalty. Hopefulness, peace, sweetness and strength. Hopes, dreams, programs and ideals. Hospitable, generous, tolerant and kindly. Hot, hasty, fervent and fiery. Humane, gentle, kind and generous. Humble, simple, submissive and unostentatious. I. Idea, imagination, conception and ideal. Idleness, recreation, repose and rest. Ignominious, infamous, despicable and contemptible. Illumine, instruct, enlighten and inform. Imaginative, sensitive, nervous and highly strung. Impatience, indolence, wastefulness and inconclusiveness. Impel, stimulate, animate and inspirit. Imperious, wayward, empirical and impatient. Improvident, incautious, prodigal and thriftless. Impudent, insolent, irrelevant and officious. Inadvertency, carelessness, negligence and oversight. Indecision, doubt, fear and lassitude. Indifference, caution, coldness and weariness. Indolent, passive, sluggish and slothful. Ineffectual, powerless, useless and unavailing. Infamy, shame, dishonour and disgrace. Infantile, childish, boyish and dutiful. Informal, natural, unconventional and careless. Insolent, impudent, impertinent and flippant. Integrity, frankness, sincerity and truthfulness. Intellectual, moral, emotional and aesthetic. Intense, earnest, violent and extreme. Invent, discover, design and contrive. Inveterate, confirmed, chronic and obstinate. Invidious, envious, odious and offensive. Invincible, unconquerable, insurmountable and insuperable. Irksome, tiresome, tedious and annoying. Irregular, uncertain, devious and unsystematic. Irritable, choleric, petulant and susceptible. J. Jangle, wrangle, squabble and quarrel. Jealousy, suspicion, envy and watchfulness. Joyful, lively, happy and hilarious. Judgment, discrimination, penetration and sagacity. Just, impartial, equitable and unbiased. Juvenile, childish, trifling and puerile. K. Keen, intelligent, penetrating and severe. Keep, protect, support and sustain. Kind, sympathetic, ready and appreciative. Kingly, noble, imperial and august. Knowledgeable, learning, enlightenment and understanding. L. Lapses, makeshifts, delays and irregularities. Lawful, legitimate, allowable and just. lazy, listless, drowsy, and indifferent, lightly, freely, unscrupulously, and irresponsibly, lively, vivacious, vigorous, and forcible, loss, deprivation, forfeiture, and waste, loud, noisy, showy, and clamorous, loutish, prankish, selfish, and cunning, love, depth, loyalty, and faithfulness, lucidity, impressiveness, incisiveness, and pungency. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain. Section 72 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. M. Malice, anger, uncharitableness, and indignation. Malignity, brutality, malevolence, and inhumanity. Manners, morals, habits, and behaviour. Marvellous, wonderful, extraordinary, and incredible. Massive, ponderous, solid, and substantial. Mastery, proficiency, dexterity, and superiority. Matchless, unrivalled, inimitable, and incomparable. Maxim, proverb, truism, and apothegm. Medley, mixture, jumble, and hodgepodge. Meekness, inwardness, patience, and self-denial. Merciless, remorseless, relentless, and ruthless. Mild, gentle, humble, and submissive. Mismanagement, indecision, obstinacy, and hardihood. Mixture, medley, variety, and diversification. Modesty, fineness, sensitiveness, and fastidiousness. Money, position, power, and consequence. Mood, temper, humour, and caprice. Motive, impulse, incentive, and intimation. Mysterious, dark, secret, and enigmatical. N. Narrow, limited, selfish, and bigoted. Necessary, expedient, indispensable, and unavoidable. Necessity, emergency, exigency, and crisis. Neglect, overlook, disregard, and contemn. Nice, finical, effeminate, and silly. Niggardly, close, miserly, and parsimonious. Noble, pure, exalted, and worthy. Nonsense, trash, twaddle, and rubbish. Novel, recent, rare, and unusual. Noxious, unwholesome, mischievous, and destructive. O. Obdurate, unfeeling, callous, and obstinate. Obedient, respectful, dutiful, and submissive. Object, propose, protest, and decline. Obliging, kind, helpful, and courteous. Obscure, shadowy, intricate, and mysterious. Obsequious, cringing, fawning, and servile. Observations, sentiments, ideas, and theories. Obstinacy, pertinency, stubbornness, and inflexibility. Offensive, disagreeable, distasteful, and obnoxious. Officious, impertinent, insolent, and meddlesome. P. Particular, precise, formal, and punctilious. Passions, weaknesses, uglinesses, and deformities. Patient, loyal, hard-working, and true. Peace, quiet, tranquillity, and harmony. Peculiar, individual, specific, and appropriate. Perplex, embarrass, confuse, and mystify. Phrases, figures, metaphors, and quotations. Piteous, woebegone, dismal, and dolorous. Placid, meek, gentle, and moderate. Plain, transparent, simple, and obvious. Play, diversion, pastime, and amusement. Pleasant, jocular, witty, and facetious. Pliable, ductile, supple, and yielding. Poetry, sentiment, morality, and religion. Polished, deft, superficial, and conventional. Polite, polished, cultured, and refined. Positive, direct, explicit, and dogmatic. Powerful, efficient, vivid, and forcible. precise, delicate, discriminating, and fastidious, prejudicial, injurious, noxious, and pernicious, preposterous, irrational, unreasonable, and nonsensical, pretense, subterfuge, simulation, and disguise, prevent, restrain, dissuade, and dishearten, primary, foremost, leading, and principal, probity, directness, simplicity, and sincerity, profession, business, trade, and vocation, profit, advantage, benefit, and emolument, profuse, excessive, copious, and extravagant, progress, prosperity, peace, and happiness, prolix, prosaic, prolonged, and wordy, property, comforts, habits, and conveniences, prudence, judgment, wisdom, and discretion, pulsing, coursing, throbbing, and beating, pure, kind, sweet-tempered, and unselfish, purified, exalted, fortified, and illumined, purpose, meaning, scope, and tendency. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain. Section 73 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. Q. Quack, imposture, charlatan, and mountebank. Qualified, powerful, vigorous, and effective. Quality, property, attribute, and character. Quarrels, misunderstandings, enmities, and disapprovals. Queries, echoes, reactions, and afterthoughts. Quick, impetuous, sweeping, and expeditious. Quiet, peaceful, sane, and normal. R. Racy, smart, spicy, and pungent. Rational, sane, sound, and sensible. Ravenous, greedy, voracious, and grasping. Recreation, sport, pastime, and amusement. Relation, work, duty, and pleasure. Reliable, accurate, truthful, and duty-loving. Reports, stories, rumours, and suspicions. Reproach, dishonour, disgrace, and ignominy. Restrained, calm, quiet, and placid. Reverential, disciplined, self-controlling, and devoted. Rigid, inelastic, stiff, and unbending. Rough, rude, gruff, and surly. Rude, curt, insolent, and unpleasant. S. Sad, despondent, melancholy, and depressed. Sane, sober, sound, and rational. Scandalize, vilify, traduce, and offend. Scanty, pinched, slender, and insufficient. Science, art, religion, and philosophy. Scope, design, purpose, and judgment. Sensual, cruel, selfish, and unscrupulous. Sentence, judgment, verdict, and doom. Serene, composed, conservative, and orderly. Several, sundry, many, and various. Severe, stern, stiff, and stringent. Shameless, corrupt, depraved, and vicious. Shock, surprise, terror, and forlornness. Simple, hearty, joyous, and affectionate. Sin, injustice, grievance, and crime. Skill, courage, prowess, and attractiveness. Sleepy, soporific, sluggish, and dull. Slim, slender, slight, and scraggy. Slow, dilatory, slack, and procrastinating. Solemn, profound, serious, and difficult. Solicit, urge, implore, and importune. Sorrow, disaster, unhappiness, and bereavement. Spontaneity, freedom, ease, and adequacy. Stately, stern, august, and implacable. Steady, reliable, dependable, and well balanced. Stern, severe, abrupt, and unreasonable. Stories, pictures, shows, and representations. strength, agility, violence and activity. Strong, inventive, daring and resourceful. Sublime, consoling, inspiring and beautiful. Substantial, solid, strong and durable. Suffering, regret, bitterness and fatigue. Superficial, shallow, flimsy and untrustworthy. Superfluous, excessive, unnecessary and redundant. Suspicious, cynical, crafty and timid. Symmetry, proportion, harmony and regularity. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain. Section 74 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. T. Tact, courtesy, adroitness and skill. Talents, opportunities, influence and power. Talkative, selfish, superstitious and inquisitive. Tastes, appetites, passions and desires. Tease, tantalize, worry and provoke. Tenacious, stubborn, pertinacious and obstinate. Tendency, drift, scope and disposition. Tests, trials, temptations and toils. Theatrical, ceremonious, meretricious and ostentatious. Theory, assumption, speculation and conjecture. Think, reflect, weigh and ponder. Tortuous, twisted, sinuous and circuitous. Tractable, gentle, pliant and submissive. Traditional, uncertain, legendary and unverified. Traffic, trade, commerce and intercourse. Tricky, insincere, wily and shifty. Trite, ordinary, commonplace and hackneyed. Trivial, petty, frivolous and insignificant. True, upright, real and authentic. Tumultuous, riotous, disorderly and turbulent. U. Ugly, evil, hateful and base. Uncertain, questionable, erroneous and mistaken. Unctuous, shrill, brisk and demonstrative. Unhappy, unfortunate, distressed and disastrous. Uninteresting, lifeless, obscure and commonplace. Unity, aggressiveness, efficiency and force. Unkind, severe, oppressive and callous. Unpractical, childish, slipshod and silly. Unreasonable, foolish, excessive and absurd. Unrivalled, unequalled, incomparable and matchless. Upright, high-minded, brave and liberal. Urgent, important, immediate and imperative. Usage, custom, habit and practice. V. Vain, useless, unproductive and unavailing. Vanities, envies, devices and jealousies. Vast, scattered, various and incalculable. Versatile, eloquent, sagacious and talented. Vigorous, upright, dignified and imperative. Vile, mean, debased and sordid. Violent, impetuous, intense and ungovernable. Virtuous, upright, honest and moral. Visionary, dreamy, pensive and sensitive. Vulgar, heavy, narrow and obtuse. W. Want, lack, poverty and paucity. Warm, soft, clear and serene. Waste, devastate, pillage and destroy. Watched, tended, fostered and pruned. Weak, inefficient, stupid and futile. Wealth, position, influence and reputation. Well-being, happiness, prosperity and distress. Wild, restless, aimless and erring. Wisdom, judgment, understanding and far-sightedness. Wit, purity, energy and simplicity. Wonderful, interesting, active and delightful. Works, sorrows, visions and experiences. Worry, annoyance, awkwardness and difficulty. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joseph Echetoe on January 6, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. Section 5. Prepositional Phrases. Preposition of. A. Abandon of spontaneity. Abatement of misery. Aberrations of judgment. Abhorrence of meanness. Absence of vainglory. Abyss of ignominy. Accent of conviction. Accretions of time. Accumulation of ages. Accuracy of aim. Acquisition of knowledge. Activity of attention. Acuteness of sensibility. Admixture of fear. Affectation of content. Affinity of events. Age of ignorance. Agility of brain. Agony of despair. Air of assumption. Ambitious of success. Amiability of disposition. Amplitude of space. Anachronisms of thought. Anchor of moderation. Angle of vision. Annulment of influence. Aping of manners. Apostle of culture. Ardor of life. Arrogance of opinion. Aspect of grandeur. Assumption of sternness. Atmosphere of obscurity. Attitude of mind. Attribute of weakness. Austerities of fanaticism. Authority of manner. Avalanche of scorn. Avenues of dissemination. B. Babble of tongues. Ban of exclusion. Barren of enthusiasm. Barriers of reticence. Bars of sunlight. Basis of fact. Beam of moonlight. Beast of prey. Beauty of imagery. Beggared of faith. Bent of mind. Betrayal of trust. Bevy of maidens. Bewilderment of feeling. Birds of prey. Bit of portraiture. Bitterness of anguish. Blackness of spirit. Blandishments of society. Blast of adversity. Blaze of fury. Blend of dignity. Bliss of solitude. Bloom of earth. Blow of fate. Boldness of conception. Bond of alliance. Bone of contention. Bouts of civility. Breach of law. Breath of life. Breeze of anxiety. Brilliancy of wit. Brimful of fun. Broil of politics. Brood of emotions. Brow of expectation. Brunt of disgrace. Bulk of mankind. Bundle of conceptions. Buoyancy of youth. Burden of proof. Burst of confidence. Business of life. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 76 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Alex Foster. January 2007. www.alexfoster.me.uk. Cadences of delirium. Calmness of manner. Calumny of passion. caprice of inclination, careless of opinion, catholicity of spirit, cause of solicitude, celerity of movement, chain of evidence, change of habitude, chaos of confusion, chill of indifference, chimera of superstition, chorus of approbation, circle of hills, clamour of envy, clap of thunder, clarity of thinking, clash of arms, cloak of ecclesiasticism, code of morals, cogency of argument, combination of calamities, command of wit, community of interest, compass of imagination, complexity of life, confidence of genius, conflict of will, conquest of difficulty, consciousness of peril, constellation of luminaries, contagion of conflict, continuity of life, contradiction of terms, contrariety of opinion, convulsion of laughter, copiousness of diction, chord of sympathy, countenance of authority, courage of conviction, course of existence, courtliness of manner, cover of hospitality, crash of thunder, creature of circumstance, criteria of feeling, crown of civilization, crudity of thought, cry of despair, curl of contempt, current of thought, darkness of calamity, dash of eccentricity, dawning of recognition, day of reckoning, daylight of faith, decay of authority, declaration of indifference, deeds of prowess, defects of temper, degree of hostility, delicacy of thought, delirium of wonder, depth of despair, dereliction of duty, derogation of character, despoiled of riches, destitute of power, desultoriness of detail, device of secrecy, devoid of merit, devoutness of faith, dexterity of phrase, diapason of motives, dictates of conscience, difference of opinion, difficult of attainment, dignity of thought, dilapidations of time, diminution of brutality, disabilities of age, display of prowess, distinctness of vision, distortion of symmetry, diversity of aspect, divinity of tradition, domain of imagination, drama of action, dream of vengeance, drop of comfort, ductility of expression, dull of comprehension, duplicities of might, dust of defeat. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 77 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joseph Echito on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. E. Earnestness of enthusiasm, easy of access, ebullitions of anger, eccentricity of judgment, ecstasy of despair, effect of loveliness, efficacy of change, effusion of sentiment, elasticity of mind, element of compulsion, elevation of sentiment, eloquence of passion, emotions of joy, emulous of truth, encroachments of time, encumbrance of mystery, energy of youth, enigma of life, equanimity of mind, era of fads, error of judgment, essence of eloquence, excellence of vision, excess of candor, excitation of purpose, excursiveness of thought, exhibition of joy, exhilaration of spirits, expenditure of energy, explosion of rage, expression of sternness, extension of experience, extravagance of eulogy, extremity of fortune, exuberance of wit. F. Fabric of fact, facility of expression, faculty of perception, failure of coordination, feast of reason, feats of strength, feebleness of purpose, feeling of uneasiness, felicities of expression, fertility of invention, fervor of devotion, fickleness of fortune, field of activity, fierceness of jealousy, fineness of vision, fire of imagination, firmament of literature, firmness of purpose, fit of laughter, fitness of circumstance, fixity of purpose, flag of truce, flash of humor, flashlight of introspection, fleetness of foot, flexibility of spirit, flicker of recognition, flight of fancy, flood of hatred, flourish of manner, flower of life, fluctuation of fortune, flush of youth, flutter of expectation, fog of sentimentalism, force of conviction, forest of faces, form of captiousness, fountain of learning, fragment of conversation, frame of mind, frankness of manner, freak of fancy, freedom of enterprise, frenzy of pursuit, freshness of feeling, frigidity of address, frivolity of tone, frown of meditation, fulfillment of purpose, fullness of time, fury of resentment, futility of pride. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain. Section 78 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joseph Echetoe on January 9th, 2007 in Woodbury, Connecticut. G. Gaiety of spirit, gales of laughter, garb of thought, garlands of roses, gateway of fancy, gem of truth, genuineness of sentiment, gesture of despair, gift of repartee, glamour of sensationalism, glare of scrutiny, gleam of light, glib of speech, glimmer of suspicion, glory of salvation, glow of enthusiasm, gorgeousness of coloring, grace of simplicity, gradations of outrage, grandeur of outline, grasp of comprehension, gravity of manner, greatness of nature, greed of office, grimace of disappointment, grimness of spirit, grip of attention, groundwork of melancholy, growth of experience, guide of aspiration, gulf of incongruity, gust of laughter. H. Harbor of refuge, harvest of regrets, haven of rest, haze of distance, heat of enthusiasm, height of absurdity, hint of bitterness, hopeful of success, horizon of life, horror of solitude, hubbub of talk, hue of divinity, hum of pleasure, hush of suspense. I. Ideals of excellence, idol of society, illusion of youth, immensity of extent, immolation of genius, impatient of restraint, impetuosity of youth, implacability of resentment, impotent of ideas, impress of individuality, impulse of enthusiasm, imputation of eccentricity, incapable of veracity, independence of mind, index of character, indolence of temperament, indulgence of vanity, inequality of treatment, infinity of height, infirmity of temper, infusion of hatred, inheritance of honor, insensibility of danger, insolence of office, inspiration of genius, instability of purpose, instrument of expression, integrity of mind, intensity of faith, interchange of ideas, interval of leisure, intoxication of vanity, intrepidity of youth, intuition of immortality, invasion of thought, irony of life. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain. Section 79 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joseph Echito on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. J. Jangle of sounds, jargon of philosophy, jumble of facts, justness of decision. K. Keenness of intellect, kernel of truth, key of knowledge, keynote of success, king of finance, kinship of humanity. L. Lack of restraint, languor of nature, lapse of time, laws of decorum, laxity of mind, legacy of thought, liberty of conscience, light of experience, limit of endurance, link of sequence, loftiness of spirit, look of dominance, loophole of escape, love of approbation, lust of conquest, lustihood of youth, luxuriance of expression. M. Magnanimity of mind, majesty of despair, man of iron, mantle of verdure, martyrdom of ambition, marvel of competency, mask of flippancy, mass of mediocrity, master of phrasing, maze of words, measure of absurdity, minister of vengeance, minuteness of description, miracle of miracles, mists of criticism, modesty of reserve, moment of lassitude, monster of ingratitude, monstrosities of character, mood of tranquillity, muddle of motives, multitude of details, mummery of words, murmur of satisfaction, mutations of time, myriads of stars, mysteries of taste. N. Narrowness of range, nebulae of romance, nectar of enjoyment, neglect of duty, niceties of difference, nightingale of affection, nobility of purpose, note of triumph. O. Obduracy of mind, object of contempt, obligation of loyalty, obliquity of vision, obscurity of twilight, ocean of eloquence, omission of fact, onrush of life, onsets of temptation, openness of mind, opulence of detail, orgy of lying, ornaments of eloquence, outbreak of hostilities, outburst of tears, outflow of sympathy, outposts of morality, overflow of vitality. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain. Section 80 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joseph Edgetow on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. P. Page of desolation, pageant of life, pang of regret, parade of erudition, passion of patriotism, passivity of mind, pattern of virtue, peals of laughter, pendulum of opinion, pensiveness of feeling, perils of fortune, period of lassitude, perturbation of mind, perversity of chance, pests of society, petrifaction of egoism, phantom of delight, phase of belief, physiognomy of nature, piece of pedantry, pinions of eloquence, pinnacle of favor, pit of oblivion, plainness of speech, play of fancy, plea of urgency, plenitude of power, point of view, poise of mind, policy of severity, portent of danger, power of imagination, precipice of stupefaction, precision of phrase, prerogative of age, presence of mind, pressure of expediency, presumption of doubt, prey of fancy, pride of life, process of effacement, profundity of thought, profusion of argument, progress of events, promptings of reason, propriety of action, provocative of scorn, puff of applause, pulse of life, purity of diction, pursuit of knowledge, puzzledom of life. Q. Quagmire of distrust, qualities of leadership, qualm of conscience, question of honor, quickness of apprehension, quivering of pain. R. Radiance of morning, range of experience, rashness of intention, ravages of time, ray of hope, reaches of achievement, realities of life, realm of peace, rebound of fascination, rectitude of soul, redress of grievances, redundance of words, refinement of style, reins of life, relish of beauty, remorse of guilt, residue of truth, resoluteness of conviction, resource of expression, restraint of speech, revel of imagination, revulsion of feeling, richness of outline, riddle of existence, ridicule of ignorance, riot of words, ripeness of wisdom, roars of exultation, robe of humility, robustness of mind, root of individuality, round of platitudes, rush of agony, rust of neglect, ruts of conventionality. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Section 81 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joseph Echetoe on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. S. Sadness of soul, sanguine of success, sanity of judgment, savoring of quackery, scantiness of resources, scarves of smoke, school of adversity, scrap of knowledge, scruple of conscience, searchlight of truth, semblance of composure, sensation of pity, sense of urgency, sentiment of disapprobation, sequence of events, serenity of mind, severity of style, shackles of civilization, shade of doubt, shadow of truth, shallowness of thought, shock of apprehension, shouts of approval, shower of abuse, shriek of wrath, shuttle of life, sigh of wind, singleness of purpose, slave of malice, slough of ignorance, slumber of death, smile of raillery, solace of adversity, soul of generosity, source of renown, spark of perception, species of despotism, spell of emotion, sphere of influence, spice of caricature, splendor of imagination, spur of necessity, start of uneasiness, stateliness of movement, sting of satire, stolidity of sensation, storehouse of facts, storm of criticism, stream of humanity, stress of life, string of episodes, stroke of fate, substratum of belief, subtlety of intellect, succession of events, suggestion of fancy, sum of happiness, summit of misery, sunshine of life, supremacy of good, surface of events, surfeit of verbiage, surge of pathos, suspense of judgment, suspicion of flattery, sweep of landscape, symbol of admiration, system of aspersion. End of section 81. This recording is in the public domain. Section 82 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joseph Echetoe on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. T. Taint of megalomania, tardiness of speech, task of conciliation, tempest of passion, tenacity of execution, tenderness of sentiment, term of reproach, threshold of consciousness, thrift of time, thrill of delight, throb of compunction, throng of sensations, tide of humanitarianism, timid of innovation, tincture of depreciation, tinge of mockery, tissue of misrepresentations, tolerant of folly, tone of severity, top of ambition, torrent of fervor, totality of effect, touch of severity, touchstone of genius, trace of bitterness, tradition of mankind, train of disasters, trait of cynicism, trance of delight, transport of enthusiasm, trappings of wisdom, trend of consciousness, tribute of admiration, trick of fancy, tumult of applause, turmoil of controversy, turn of events, twilight of elderliness, twinge of envy. U. Unity of purpose, universality of experience. V. Vagrancy of thought, valley of misfortune, vanguard of progress, vehemence of manner, vehicle of intercourse, veil of futurity, vein of snobbishness, velocity of movement, vestige of regard, vicissitudes of life, vision of splendor, vividness of memory, voice of ambition, void of authority, volume of trade, vow of allegiance. W. Warmth of temperament, waste of opportunity, wave of depression, wealth of meaning, weariness of sorrow, web of villainy, weight of argument, whiff of irritation, whirl of delight, whirligig of life, whirlwind of words, wilderness of perplexities, wiles of innocence, word of opprobrium, work of supererogation, world of fantasy, worth of mention. Y. Yoke of convention. Z. Zest of enjoyment, zone of delusion. End of section 82. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 83 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts. Preposition by. A. Affected by externals. Allayed by sympathy. Animated by victory. Appraised by fashion. Assailed by conscience. Attained by effort. Avert by prayer. B. Ballasted by brains. Beset by difficulties. Bound by opinion. Branded by defeat. C. Characterized by discretion. Chastened by sorrow. Cheek by jowl. Circulated by malice. Clogged by insecurity. Colored by environment. Condemned by posterity. Confirmed by habit. Consoled by prayer. Convinced by argument. convulsed by divisions. D. Darkened by shadows, dazzled by fame, depraved by pain, devoured by curiosity, disgusted by servility, driven by remorse. E. Embarrassed by timidity, encouraged by success, enfeebled by age, enforced by action, enjoined by religion, enriched by gifts, established by convention, evoked by shame. F. Fascinated by mystery, favored by fortune, fettered by systems, fired by wrath, forbid by authority, fortified by faith. G. Governed by precedent, guided by instinct. H. Haunted by visions, hushed by denial. End of section 83. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts.
Section 84 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Precious Resch. I. Impelled by duty. Inculcated by practice. Induced by misrepresentation. Influenced by caution. Inspired by love. L. Learned by rote. M. Marked by acuteness. Measured by years. N. Narrowed by custom. O. Occasioned by irritation. Oppressed by destiny. P. Parched by disuse. Persuaded by appeal. Portrayed by words. Prescribed by custom. Prevented by chance. Prompted by poetry. Purged by sorrow. R. Racked by suffering. Refuted by reason. Repelled by censure. Restrained by violence. Rising by industry. S. Sanctioned by experience. Shaped by tradition. Soured by misfortune. Stung by derision. Supplanted by others. Supported by evidence. T. Thwarted by fortune. Tempered by charity. Tormented by jealousy. Tortured by doubt. U. Unadorned by artifice. Undaunted by failure. Undetermined by sorrow. Undone by treachery. Unfettered by fear. Urged by curiosity. V. Vitalized by thought. W. Won by aggression. Worn by time. Wrenched by emotions. End of section 84. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 085 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Precious Fresh. Preposition in. A. Absorbed in meditation. Affable in manner. A tone in measure. B. Barren in intellect. Basking in sunshine. Buried in solitude. C. Call in question. Clothed in truth. Plowing in sweetness. Confident in opinion. Confute in argument. Contemplative in aspect. Cumbrous in style. D. Deficient in insight. Delight in learning. Deterioration in quality. Difference in detail. Diligent in application. Diminish in respect. Dwarfed in numbers. E. End in smoke. Enumerate in detail. Experienced in duplicity. F. Feeble in influence. Fertile in consequence. Flourish in luxuriance. Founded in truth. G. Gaze in astonishment. Go in pursuit. Graceful in proportion. Grievously in error. H. Hold in bondage. I. Immersed in thought. Indulge in reverie. Inferior in character. Influential in society. Ingenuity in planning. Instance in point. Involved in obscurity. K. Kept in abeyance. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain. Section 86 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Precious Resch. L. Landmarks in memory. Languish in obscurity. Lie in wait. Limited in scope. Linger in expectation. Listen in amazement. Lost in awe. Lower in estimation. Luxuriant in fancy. M. Monstrous in dullness. Mysterious in origin. N. Noble in amplitude. Nursed in luxury. O. Organized in thought. P. Petulant in expression. Plead in vain. Pleasing in outline. Plunged in darkness.
positive in judgment, practical in application, pride in success, protest in vain, pursued in leisure. Q. Quick in suggestion. R. Ready in resource, recoiling in terror, remote in character, revel in danger, rich in variety, rooted in prejudice. S. Schooled in self-restraint, scrupulous in conduct, set in motion, skilled in controversy, sound in theory, stammer in confusion, stricken in years, strides in civilization, striking in character, stunted in growth. T. Tender in sentiment. U. Unique in literature, unity in diversity, unprecedented in kind. V. Burst in knowledge. W. Wallow in idolatry, wanting in dignity, waver in purpose, weak in conception. End of section 86. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 87 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joe Brenneman. Preposition into. Abashed into silence. Beguile into reading. Betray into speech. Blending into harmony. Bring into disrepute. Bullied into silence. Burn into memory. Burst into view. Call into question. Carry into conflict. Chill into apathy. Coming into vogue. Cringe into favor. Crumbled into dust. Crystallized into action. Dash into fragments. Deepen into confusion. Degenerate into monotony. Deluded into believing. Descent into death. Dissolve into nothingness. Dragged into pursuit. Drawn into controversy. Dribbling into words. Driven into servitude. Dulled into acquiescence. Electrify into activity. Elevated into importance. Inquire into precedence. Enter into controversy. Expand into weakness. Fade into insignificance. Fall into decay. Fashion into festoons. Flame into war. Flower into sympathy. Forced into action. Frozen into form. Fuse into unity. Galvanize into life. Go into raptures. Goaded into action. End of section 87. This recording is in the public domain. Section 88 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joe Brenneman. Hushed into silence. Incursions into controversy. Insight into truth. Inveigled into dispute. Kindle into action. Lapse into pedantry. Lash into silence. Launch into disapproval. Lead into captivity. Leap into currency. Lulled into indifference. Melt into space. Merge into character. Pass into oblivion. plunge into despair, pour into print, quicken into life, relapse into savagery, rendered into music, resolve into nothingness, retreat into silence, ripened into love, rush into print, shocked into attention, sink into insignificance, smitten into ice, snubbed into quiescence, stricken into silence, summoned into being, swollen into torrents, take into account, thrown into disorder, transform into beauty, translated into fact, usher into society, vanish into mystery, wonder into digression, wheedled into acquiescence, withdraw into solitude. End of section 88. This recording is in the public domain. Section 89 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joe Brenneman. Addicted to flattery, adherence to principle, affect to believe, akin to truth, alive to opportunity, allied to virtue, amenable to reason, aspire to rule, attempt to suppress, aversion to publicity, blind to demonstration, brought to repentance, claim to perpetuity, come to nothing, committed to righteousness, common to humanity, conducive to happiness, conformable to fact, consigned to oblivion, constrained to speak, contribution to knowledge, deaf to entreaty, dedicated to friendship, deference to custom, devoted to ideals, disposed to cable, doomed to destruction, driven to despair, dwarf to unimportance, empowered to act, endeared to all, excite to pity, exposed to derision, fly to platitudes, foredoomed to failure, given to extravagance, ground to atoms, harassed to death, hostile to progress. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain. Section 90 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joe Brenneman. Impervious to suggestion, impossible to reconcile, impotent to save, incentive to devotion, incitement to anger, inclined to vacillate, indifference to truth, intent to deceive, intolerable to society, inured to fatigue, invocation to sleep, laugh to scorn, left to conjecture, lost to remembrance, obedience to conscience, oblivious to criticism, offensive to modesty, open to reason, opposed to innovation, pander to prejudice, pertaining to fashion, prone to melancholy, propose to undertake, provoke to laughter, put to confusion, recourse to falsehood, reduce to impotence, related to eternity, repeat to satiety, repugnant to justice, requisite to success, resort to violence, run to seed, seek to overawe, serve to embitter, spur to action, stimulus to ambition, stirred to remonstrance, subject to scrutiny, succumb to fascination, superior to circumstances, susceptible to argument, temptation to doubt, tend to frustrate, trust to chance, utilize to advantage, venture to say, vital to success, wedded to antiquity, yield to reason. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain. Section 91 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joe Brenneman. Preposition with. Abounding with plenty. Accord with nature. Act with deliberation. Adorn with beauty. Afflict with ugliness. Aflame with life. Allied with economy. Anticipate with delight. Ascertain with exactness. Attended with danger. Beam with self-approval. Behave with servility. Big with fate. Blinded with tears. Blush with shame. Branded with cowardice. Bubbled with laughter. Burn with indignation. Cling with tenacity. Clothe with authority. Compatible with freedom. Comply with tradition. Conceal with difficulty. Consistent with facts. Covered with ignominy. Crush with sorrow. Deny with emphasis. Depressed with fear. Dispense with formality. Distort with passion. Echo with merriment. Endow with intelligence. Endued with faith. Endure with fortitude. Examine with curiosity. Face with indifference. Flushed with pride. Fraught with peril. Furious with indignation. Glowing with delight. Imbued with courage. Incompatible with reason. Inconsistent with beauty. Inflamed with rage. Inspired with patriotism. Intoxicated with joy. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Katie Sim in Edinburgh, Scotland. K. Kindle with enthusiasm. L. Laugh with glee. M. Meet with rebuke. Mingled with curiosity. Move with alacrity. O. Oppressed with hardship. Overcome with shyness. Overflowing with love. Overhung with gloom. P. Performed with regularity. Pervaded with grandeur. Proceed with alertness. Punish with severity. Q. Quicken with pride. Quiver with anxiety. R. Radiant with victory. Regard with loathing. Relate with zest. Repel with indignation. S. Saddle with responsibility. Scream with terror. Scrutinize with care. Seething with sedition. Sick with dread. Sob with anguish. Squirm with delight. Suffuse with spirituality. T. Tainted with fraud. Teeming with life. Tense with expectancy. Thrill with excitement. Throb with vitality. Tinged with romance. Touched with feeling. Treat with contempt. Tremble with fear. U. Unmixed with emotion. Utter with sarcasm. V. Vibrant with feeling. View with awe. W. Wield with power. Work with zeal. End of section 92. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 93 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Karen Savage. Business phrases. A. A request for further particulars will not involve any obligation. A telegram is enclosed for your use, as this matter is urgent. Accept our thanks for your recent remittance. Acknowledging the receipt of your recent inquiry. After examination, we can confidently say, after very carefully considering, again thanking you for the inquiry, agreeable to our conversation, an addressed envelope is enclosed for your convenience. An early reply will greatly oblige. Answering your recent inquiry. Any information you may give us will be appreciated. Any time that may suit your convenience. As a matter of convenience and economy. As a special favor we ask. As directed in your letter, we are shipping to you. As explained in our previous letter. As it will give us an opportunity to demonstrate our ability. As stated in our previous letter. As we have received no response from you. As you doubtless are aware. As you probably have been told. As your experience has probably shown you. Assuring you of every courtesy. Assuring you of our entire willingness to comply with your request. Assuring you of prompt and careful cooperation. At the present writing. At the suggestion of one of our patrons. At your earliest opportunity. Awaiting the favor of your prompt attention. Awaiting the pleasure of serving you. Awaiting your early communication. Awaiting your further commands. Awaiting your pleasure. B. Believing you will answer this promptly. C. Complying with your request. Conditions make it obligatory for us. D. Do not hesitate to let us know. Do not overlook this opportunity. Do you realize that you can? E. Enclosed, please find a memorandum. Enclosed, we beg to hand you. Enclosed, you will find a circular which will fully explain. F. For some years past. For your convenience, we enclose a stamped envelope. For your further information, we take pleasure in sending to you. Frankly, we believe it is extremely worthwhile for you. From the standpoint of serviceability. H. Here is a complete answer to. Here is your opportunity. Hoping for a continuance of your interest. Hoping for a definite reply. Hoping that our relations may prove mutually satisfactory. Hoping to be favoured with your order. How may we serve you further? However, because of the special circumstances attached. I am compelled to inform you. I am confident that you will be thoroughly satisfied. I am directed to say to you, I am, gentlemen, yours faithfully. I am giving the matter my personal attention. I am, my dear sir, yours faithfully. I am still holding this offer open to you. I ask that you be good enough. I beg to request that you give me some information. I believe I understand perfectly just how you feel about. I have been favourably impressed by your. I have now much pleasure in confirming. I have pleasure in acknowledging. I have the honour to acknowledge the receipt. I have the honour to remain. I herewith submit my application. I highly appreciate this mark of confidence. I look forward to pleasant personal relations in the future. I regret exceedingly to inform you. I remain, my dear sir, yours faithfully. I shall be pleased to forward your descriptive circulars. I shall esteem it a personal favour. I should welcome an interview at your convenience. I sincerely hope that you will give the subject your earnest consideration. I take pleasure in replying to your inquiry concerning. I trust I shall hear from you soon. I want to express the hope that our pleasant business relations will continue. I want to interest you. I want to thank you for your reply. I wish to confirm my letter. If I can be of further service, please address me. If it is not convenient for you, if there is any valid reason why you are unable, if we can be of service to you, if we can help you in any way, if we have not made everything perfectly clear, please let us know. If you accommodate us, the favour will be greatly appreciated. If you are interested, please let us hear from you. If you are thinking about ordering, if you desire, our representative will call. If you have any cause for dissatisfaction, if you give this matter your prompt attention, in accordance with the terms of our offer, in accordance with your request, in answering your inquiry regarding, in any event, a reply to this will be very much appreciated. On closing, we can only assure you, in compliance with your favour, in compliance with your request, we are pleased to send to you. In conclusion, we assure you, in order to facilitate our future transactions, in reference to your application, in regard to your proposition, in reply thereto, we wish to inform you, in reply to your valued favour, in response to your recent request, in spite of our best efforts, it is not probable, in thanking you for the patronage with which you have favoured us, in view of all these facts, we feel justified in claiming, information has just reached me, it gives us pleasure to recommend, it has consistently been our aim to help our customers, it is a matter of great regret to us, it is a pleasure for me to answer your inquiry, it is a well-known fact, it is interesting to note, it is our very great pleasure to advise you, it is the policy of our house, it seems clear that our letter must have miscarried, it was purely an oversight on our part, it will be entirely satisfactory to us, it will be our aim to interest you, it will be readily appreciated, it will be to your advantage, it will doubtless be more convenient for you, it will interest you to know, it will receive the same careful attention. J. Just mail the enclosed card. K. Kindly endorse your reply on the enclosed sheet. Kindly let us have your confirmation at your earliest convenience. Kindly let us know your pleasure concerning. Kindly read the enclosed list. L. Let me thank you for the opportunity to give this matter my personal attention. Let us assure you of our desire to cooperate with you. Let us assure you that we are very much pleased. Let us know if there is any further attention. Let us thank you again for opening an account with us. Looking forward to the early receipt of some of your orders. M. May I ask you to do us a great favour by? May we be favoured with a reply? Meantime soliciting your forbearance. Meanwhile permit me to thank you for your kind attention. O. On referring to your account we notice our letter must have gone astray. Our relations with your house must have hitherto been very pleasant. Our services are at your command. Our stock has been temporarily exhausted, owing to our inability to collect outstanding debts. P. Permit me to add, permit us to express our sincere appreciation. Please accept the thanks of the writer. Please consider this letter an acknowledgement. Please favour us with a personal communication. Please feel assured that we shall use every endeavour. Possibly the enclosure may suggest to you, promptly on receipt of your telegram, pursuant to your letter. R. Recently we had occasion, referring to your esteemed favour, regretting our inability to serve you in the present instance, reluctant as we are to believe, requesting your kind attention to this matter. S. Should you decide to act upon this latter suggestion, so many requests of a similar nature come to us, soliciting a continuance of your patronage. T. Thank you for your expression of confidence. Thank you for your inquiry. Thank you for your last patronage. Thanking you for your promptness. Thanking you in advance for an early reply.
thanking you in anticipation. The causes for the delay were beyond our control. The margin of profit which we allow ourselves. The proof is in this fact. The proposition appeals to us as a good one. Therefore we are able to make you this offer. Therefore we trust you will write to us promptly. These points should be most carefully considered. This arrangement will help us over the present difficulty. This is according to our discussion. This matter has been considered very seriously. This personal guarantee I look upon as a service to you. This privileged communication is for the exclusive use. This will amply repay you. Trusting that we may have the pleasure of serving you. Trusting to receive your best consideration. You. Under no circumstances can we entertain such an arrangement. Under separate cover we are mailing to you. Under these circumstances we are willing to extend the terms. Unfortunately we are compelled at certain times. Unless you can give us reasonable assurance, upon being advised that these terms are satisfactory, upon receiving your letter of W. We acknowledge with pleasure the receipt of your order. We admit that you are justified in your complaint. We again solicit an opportunity. We again thank you for your inquiry. We always endeavour to please. We appreciate the order you are kind enough to send to us. We appreciate your patronage very much. We are always glad to furnish information. We are anxious to make satisfactory adjustment. We are at a loss to understand why. We are at your service at all times. We are confident that you will have no further trouble. We are extremely desirous of pleasing our patrons. We are in a position to give you considerable help. We are in receipt of your communication regarding. We are indeed sorry to learn. We are perfectly willing to make concessions. We are pleased to receive your request for information. We are pleased to send you descriptive circulars. We are reluctant to adopt such severe measures. We are satisfied regarding your statement. We are sending to you by mail. We are sorry to learn from your letter. We are thoroughly convinced of the need. We are totally at a loss to understand. We are very anxious to have you try. We are very glad to testify to the merit of. We ask for a continuance of your confidence. We ask that you kindly let us hear from you. We assume that you are considering. We assure you of our confidence in the reliability. We assure you of our desire to be of service. We await an early, and we trust a favourable reply. We await the courtesy of an early answer. We beg a moment of your attention and serious consideration. We believe that if you will carefully consider the matter, we believe you will readily understand our position. We can assure you that any order with which you favour us. We desire information pertaining to your financial condition. We desire to effect a settlement. We desire to express our appreciation of your patronage. We desire to impress upon you. We expect to be in the market soon. We feel assured that you will appreciate. We feel sure that you will approve of our action in this matter. We frankly apologize to you. We hasten to acknowledge the receipt. We have anticipated a heavy demand. We have as yet no definite understanding. We have come to the conclusion. We have endeavored to serve the needs of your organization. We have found it impossible. We have much pleasure in answering your inquiry. We have no desire to adopt harsh measures. We have not had the pleasure of placing your name on our ledgers. We have not, however, had the pleasure of hearing from you. We have not yet had time to sift the matter thoroughly. We have the honor to be, gentlemen. We have the honor to inform you. We have thought it best to forward. We have your request for information regarding. We hesitated for a while to pursue the matter. We hope that an understanding can be reached. We hope that we shall have many opportunities to demonstrate our ability. We hope that you will find the enclosed booklet very interesting. We hope to hear favourably from you. We hope you will appreciate. We hope you will excuse the unavoidable delay. We invite your attention to. We must insist upon a prompt settlement. We must, therefore, insist on the terms of the agreement. We note that the time is at hand. We offer you the services of an expert. We particularly want to interest you. We realize that this matter has escaped your attention. We realize that this is simply an oversight on your part. We regret exceedingly that you have been inconvenienced. We regret our inability to meet your wishes. We regret that, owing to the press of business, we regret that this misunderstanding has occurred. We regret that we are not in a position. We regret that we are unable to grant your request. We regret the necessity of calling your attention. We regret to be compelled for this reason to withdraw the privilege. We regret to learn that you are disappointed. We remain, dear sir, yours faithfully. We remain, gentlemen, with thanks. We shall await your early commands with interest. We shall await your reply with interest. We shall be glad to fill your order. We shall be glad to have you tell us frankly. We shall be glad to render you any assistance in our power. We shall be happy to meet your requirements. We shall be indebted to you for your courtesy. We shall be pleased to receive the remittance. We shall be pleased to take the matter up further. We shall do everything in our power. We shall do our best to correct the mistake. We shall feel compelled. We shall heartily appreciate any information. We shall use every endeavour. We suggest that this is an opportune time. We suggest that you consider. We take pleasure in enclosing herewith. We take pleasure in explaining the matter you asked about. We take the liberty of deviating from your instructions. We take the liberty of writing to you. We thank you for calling our attention. We thank you for your courteous letter. We thank you for your kind inquiry of recent date. We thank you very gratefully for your polite and friendly letter. We thank you very much for the frank statement of your affairs. We thank you very sincerely for your assistance. We think you will agree. We trust our explanation will meet with your approval. We trust that we may hear favourably from you. We trust that you will give this matter your immediate attention. We trust you may secure some of the exceptional values. We trust you will find it correct. We trust you will not consider us unduly strict. We trust you will promptly comply with our previous suggestions. We understand your position. We urge that you write to us by early mail. We venture to enclose herewith. We very much wish you to examine. We want every opportunity to demonstrate our willingness. We want particularly to impress upon you this fact. We want to please you in every respect. We want to remind you again. We want you to read the booklet carefully. We will at once enter your order. We will be compelled to take the necessary steps. We will be glad to lay before you the fullest details. We will be pleased to give it careful consideration. We will gladly accommodate you. We will gladly extend to you similar courtesies whenever we can do so. We will make it a point to give your correspondence close attention. We would appreciate a remittance. We would consider it a great favour. We would draw your attention to the fact. We would request, as a special favour. We write to suggest to you. We write to urge upon you the necessity. We wrote to you at length. While we appreciate the peculiar circumstances, while we feel that we are in no way responsible, why not allow us this opportunity to satisfy you? Will you give us in confidence your opinion? Will you give us the benefit of your experience? Will you kindly advise us in order that we may adjust our records? Will you please give us your immediate attention? With our best respects and hoping to hear from you. With reference to your favour of yesterday. With regard to your inquiry. With the fullest assurance that we are considering. With the greatest esteem and respect. Why? You are certainly justified in complaining. You are evidently aware that there is a growing demand. You are quite right in your statement. You cannot regret more than I the necessity. You undoubtedly are aware. You will find interest, we believe, in this advance announcement. You will get the benefit of this liberal offer. You will have particular interest in the new and attractive policy. Your early attention to this matter will oblige. Your further orders will be esteemed. Your inquiry has just been received, and we are glad to send to you. Your orders and commands will always have our prompt and best attention. Your satisfaction will dictate our course. Your trial order is respectfully solicited. Your usual attention will oblige. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 094 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for Librivox.org by Lee Elliott in April of 2007. A bitterness crept into her face. A blazing blue sky poured down torrents of light. A book to beguile the tedious hours. A brave but turbulent aristocracy. A broad, complacent, admiring imbecility breathed from his nose and lips. A burlesque feint of evading a blow. A callous and conscienceless brute. A calm and premeditated prudence. A calmness settled on his spirit. A campaign of unbridled ferocity. A carefully appraising eye. A ceaselessly fleeting sky. A certain implication of admiring confidence. A charming air of vigor and vitality. A childish belief in his own impeccability. A cold, hard, frosty penuriousness was his prevalent characteristic. A compassion perfectly angelic. A constant stream of rhythmic memories. A covertly triumphant voice. A creature of the most delicate and rapid responses. A crop of disappointments. A cunning intellect, patiently diverting every circumstance to its design. A curious and inexplicable uneasiness. A curious vexation fretted her. A daily avalanche of vituperation. A dandified, pretty boy-looking sort of figure. A dark and relentless fate. A day monotonous and colorless. A dazzling completeness of beauty. A deep and brooding resentment. A delicious throng of sensations. A deliciously tantalizing sense. A detached segment of life. A dire monotony of bookish idiom. A disheveled and distraught figure. A face singularly acute and intelligent. A faint accent of reproach. A faint sense of compunction moved her. A faint, transient, wistful smile lightened her brooding face. A faint tremor of amusement was on his lips. A faintly quizzical look came into his incisive stare. A fawn-colored sea streaked here and there with tints of deepest orange. A fever of enthusiasm. A few tears came to soften her seared vision. A fiery exclamation of wrath and disdain. A figure full of decision and dignity. A firm and balanced manhood. A first faint trace of irritation. A fitful boy full of dreams and hopes. A flame of scarlet crept in a swift diagonal across his cheeks. A fleeting and furtive air of triumph. A flood of pride rose in him. A foreboding of some destined change. A fortuitous series of happy thoughts. A frigid touch of the hand. A fugitive intangible charm. A gay exuberance of ambition. A generation of men lavishly endowed with genius. A gentle sarcasm ruffled her anger. A ghastly whiteness overspread the cheek. A glance of extraordinary meaning. A glassy expression of inattention. A glassy stare of deprecating horror. A glittering, infectious smile. A gloom overcame him. A golden haze of pensive light. A golden summer of marvelous fertility. A graceful readiness and vigor. A grave man of pretending exterior. A great pain gripped her heart. A great process of searching and shifting. A great sickness of heart smote him. A great soul, smitten and scourged, but still invested with the dignity of immortality. A grim and shuddering fascination. A gush of entrancing melody. A gusty breeze blew her hair about unheeded. A half-breathless murmur of amazement and incredulity. A half-uneasy, half-laughing compunction. A harassing anxiety of sorrow. A harvest of barren regrets. A haunting and horrible sense of insecurity. A heavy oppression seemed to brood upon the air. A helpless anger simmered in him. a hint of death in the icy breath of the gale, a hot and virulent skirmish, a hot uprush of hatred and loathing. A kind of ineffable splendor crowns the day, a lapse from the well-ordered decencies of civilization, a large, rich, copious human endowment. A late star lingered, remotely burning, a laugh of jovial significance, a light of unwonted pleasure in her eyes, a little jaded by gastronomical exertions, a lukewarm and selfish love, a man of imperious will, a man of matchless modesty and refinement, a manner bright with interest and interrogation, a manner nervously anxious to please. A melancholy monotone beat on one's heart, a mere exhibition of fussy diffuseness, a mere figment of poet's fancy, a mien and aspect singularly majestic, a mild and deprecating air, a mind singularly practical and sagacious, a mouth of inflexible decision, a murmur of complacency, a mystery everlastingly impenetrable, a nameless sadness which is always born of moonlight, a new and overmastering impulse. A new doubt assailed her, a new marvel of the sky. A new trouble was dawning on his thickening mental horizon. A nimble-witted opponent. End of section 094. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 95 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Joe Brenneman. A painful thought was flooding his mind. A pang of jealousy not unmingled with scorn. A patience worthy of admiration. A perfect carnival of fun. A perfect crime of clumsiness. A piteous aspect of woe. A portent full of possible danger. A potion to be delicately supped at leisure. A powerful agitation oppressed him. A prevailing sentiment of uneasy discomfort. A prey to listless uneasiness. A profound and absorbing interest. A profound and eager hopefulness. A profound and rather irritating egotist by nature. A prop for my faint heart. A propitious sky marbled with pearly white. A protest wavered on her lip. A puissant and brilliant family. A queer, uncomfortable perplexity began to invade her. A quick flame leaped in his eyes. A quick shiver ruffled the brooding stillness of the water. A quiver of resistance ran through her. A remarkable fusion of morality and art. A random gleam of light. A rare and dazzling order of beauty. A rhythmical torrent of eloquent prophecy. A river of shame swept over him. A sad inquiry seemed to dwell in her gaze. A satisfied sense of completeness. A secret sweeter than the sea or sky can whisper. A sensation of golden sweetness and delight. A sense of desolation and disillusionment overwhelmed me. A sense of infinite peace brooded over the place. A sense of meditative content. A sense of repression was upon her. A sentiment of distrust in its worth had crept into her thoughts. A sheaf of letters. A shimmer of golden sun shaking through the trees. A shiver of apprehension crisped her skin. A shuffling compromise between defiance and prostration. A sigh of large contentment. A sight for the angels to weep over. A skepticism which prompted rebellion. A slight movement of incredulous dissent. A smile full of subtle charm. A smile of exquisite urbanity. A soft insidious plea. A soft intonation of profound sorrow. A soft suspicion of ulterior motives. A solemn glee possessed my mind. A solemn gray expanse that lost itself far away in the gray of the sea. A solemn utterance of destiny. A somber and breathless calm hung over the deepening eve. A somewhat melancholy indolence. a somewhat sharp and incisive voice. A sonorous voice bade me enter. A soothing and quieting touch was gently laid upon her soul. A sort of eager, almost appealing amiability. A sort of stolid, despairing acquiescence. A sort of stunned incredulity. A soundless breeze that was little more than a whisper. A spacious sense of the amplitude of life's possibilities. A staccato cough interrupted the flow of speech. A state of sullen self-absorption. A steady babble of talk and laughter. A step was at her heels. A stifling sensation of pain and suspense. A stinging wind swept the woods. A strange compound of contradictory elements. A stream of easy talk. A strong convulsion shook the vague indefinite form. A strong susceptibility to the ridiculous. A subtle emphasis of scorn. A sudden and stinging delight. A sudden gleam of insight. A sudden uncontrollable outburst of feeling. A superabundance of boisterous animal spirits. A supercilious scorn and pity. A super-refinement of taste. A swaggering air of braggadocio. A sweet bewilderment of tremulous apprehension. A sweet, quiet, sacred, stately seclusion. A swift knowledge came to her. A swift, unformulated fear. A swiftly unrolling panorama of dreams. A tangle of ugly words. A thousand evanescent memories of happy days. A thousand unutterable fears bore irresistible despotism over her thoughts. A time of disillusion followed. A tiny stream meandering amiably. A tone of arduous admiration. A torn and tumultuous sky. A total impression ineffable and indescribable. A tragic futility. A treacherous throb of her voice. A true similitude of what befalls many men and women. A tumult of vehement feeling. A tumultuous rush of sensations. A twinge of embarrassment. A vague and wistful melancholy. A vast sweet silence crept through the trees. A veritable spring cleaning of the soul. A very practiced and somewhat fastidious critic. A violent and mendacious tongue. A vivid and arresting presentation. A waking dream overshadowed her. A weird world of morbid horrors. A well-bred mixture of boldness and courtesy. A wild vivacity was in her face and manner. A wile of the devils. A wind strayed through the gardens. A withering sensation of ineffable boredom. A wordless farewell. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Absolutely vulgarized by too perpetual a parroting. Absorbed in a stream of thoughts and reminiscences. Absorbed in the scent and murmur of the night. Accidents which perpetually deflect our vagrant attention. Across the gulf of years. Administering a little deft though veiled castigation. Affected an ironic incredulity. Affecting a tone of gaiety. After a first moment of reluctance. After an eternity of resolutions, doubts, and indecisions. Aghast at his own helplessness. Agitated and enthralled by daydreams. Agitated with violent and contending emotions. Alien paths and irrelevant junketings. All embrowned and mossed with age. All her gift of serene immobility brought into play. All hope of discreet reticence was ripped to shreds. All the lesser lights paled into insignificance. All the magic of youth and joy of life was there. All the place is peopled with sweet airs. All the sky was mother of pearl and tender. All the unknown of the night and of the universe was pressing upon him. All the world was flooded with a soft golden light. All was a vague jumble of chaotic impressions. All was incomprehensible. All was instinctive and spontaneous. Aloof from the motley throng, ambition shivered into fragments. Amid distress and humiliation, amid the direful calamities of the time, an acute note of distress in her voice, an agreeably grave vacuity, an air half quizzical and half deferential, an air of affected civility, an air of being meticulously explicit, an air of inimitable, scrutinizing, superb impertinence, an air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all, an air of uncanny familiarity, an air which was distinctly critical, an almost pathetic appearance of ephemeral fragility, an almost riotous prodigality of energy, an answering glow of gratitude, an antagonist worth her steel, an artful stroke of policy, an assumption of hostile intent, an assurance of good nature that forestalled hostility, an atmosphere of extraordinary languor, an atmosphere thick with flattery and toadyism, an attack of peculiar virulence and malevolence, an audacious challenge of ridicule, an avidity that bespoke at once the restlessness and the genius of her mind. An awe crept over me, an eager and thirsty ear, an easy prey to the powers of folly, an effusive air of welcome, an equal degree of well-bred worldly cynicism, an erect, martial, majestic, and imposing personage. An eternity of silence oppressed him, an expression of mildly humorous surprise, an expression of rare and inexplicable personal energy, an exquisite perception of things beautiful and rare, an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an ignoring eye, an impenetrable screen of foliage, an impersonal and slightly ironic interest, an impervious beckoning motion, an inarticulate echo of his longing, an increased gentleness of aspect, an incursion of the loud, the vulgar, and meretricious, an inexplicable and uselessly cruel caprice of fate, an inexpressible fervor of serenity, an ingratiating, awkward, and wistful grace. An inspired ray was in his eyes. An instant she stared unbelievingly. An intense, an insatiable hunger for light and truth. An intense travail of mind. An obscure thrill of alarm. An odd little air of penitent self-depreciation. An open wit and recklessness of bearing. An oppressive sense of strange, sweet odor. An optimistic after-dinner mood. An overburdening sense of the inexpressible. An uncomfortable premonition of fear. in unfailing sweetness and unerring perception. An unpleasant and heavy sensation sat at his heart. An unredeemed dreariness of thought. An unsuspected moral obtuseness. An utter depression of soul. And day peers forth with her blank eyes. And what is all this pother about? Animated by noble pride. Anticipation painted the world in rose. Appalled in speechless disgust. Appealing to the urgent temper of youth. Apprehensive solicitude about the future. Ardent words of admiration. Armed all over with subtle antagonisms. Artless and unquestioning devotion. As if smitten by a sudden spasm. As the long train sweeps away into the golden distance. August and imperial names in the kingdom of thought. Awaiting his summons to the eternal silence. End of section 96. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in April of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley. Section 97 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for Librivox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Bandied about from mouth to mouth. Barricade the road to truth. Bartering the higher aspirations of life. Beaming with pleasurable anticipation. Before was the open malignant sea. Beguiled the weary soul of man. Beneath the cold glare of the desolate night. Bent on the lofty ends of her destiny. Beset by agreeable hallucinations. Beset with smiling hills. Beside himself in an ecstasy of pleasure. Betokening an impulsive character. Beyond the farthest edge of night. Birds were fluting in the tulip trees. Biting sentences flew about. Black inky night. Blithe with the bliss of the morning. Blown about by every wind of doctrine. Bookish precision and professional peculiarity. Borne from lip to lip. Borne onward by slow-footed time. Born with the faculty of willing compromise. Bowed with a certain frigid and deferential surprise. Broke in a stupendous roar upon the shuddering air. Browsing at will on all the uplands of knowledge and thought. Buffeted by all the winds of passion. Buried hopes rose from their sepulchres. Buried in the quicksands of ignorance. But none the less peremptorily. By a curious irony of fate. By a happy turn of thinking. By virtue of his impassioned curiosity. Carried the holiday in his eye. Chafed at the restraints imposed on him. Cheeks furrowed by strong purpose and feeling. Childlike contour of the body. Cleansed of prejudice and self-interest. Cloaked in prim pretense. Clothed with the witchery of fiction. Clutch at the very heart of the usurping mediocrity. Cold gaze of curiosity. Collapse into a dreary and hysterical depression. Comment of rare and delightful flavor. conjuring up scenes of incredible beauty and terror. Conscious of unchallenged supremacy. Constant indulgence of wily stratagem and ambitious craft. Contemptuously indifferent to the tyranny of public opinion. Covered with vegetation and wild luxuriance. Crisp sparkle of the sea. Crystallize about a common nucleus. Cultivated with a commensurate zeal. Current play of light gossip. Curtains of opaque rain. Dallying in maudlin regret over the past. Dark with unutterable sorrows. Darkness oozed out from between the trees. Dawn had broken. Day stood distinct in the sky. Days of vague and fantastic melancholy. Days that are brief and shadowed. Deep shame and rankling remorse. Deficient in affectionate or tender impulses. Delicately emerging stars. Delicious throng of sensations. Despite her pretty insolence, dignity and sweet patience were in her look. Dim opalescence of the moon, dimly foreshadowed on the horizon, dimmed by the cold touch of unjust suspicion, disfigured by the passages of solemn and pompous monotony, disguised itself as chill critical impartiality, dismal march of death, distinguished by hereditary rank or social position, distract and beguile the soul, distressing in their fatuous ugliness, diverted into alien channels. Diverting her eyes, she pondered. Dogs the footsteps, doled out in miserly measure. Doubt tortured him. Doubts beset her lonely and daring soul. Down the steep of disenchantment. Dreams and visions were surpassed. Dreams that fade and die in the dim west. Drear twilight of realities. Drift along the stream of fancy. Drowned in the deep reticence of the sea. Drowsiness coiled insidiously about him. Dull black eyes under their precipice of brows. End of section 97. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in April of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley.